It's a little bit light here on the subject. Thank you guys for coming in today. It's going to be a big day today. Why? I don't know. We got a follow from Isley right before the stream started. Thank you for that. Lurk from Gamer Playboy. Thank you, Gamer Playboy. Trying to make new friends here on Kick, guys. That's what it's all about. Do you think I care about these video games? No. I just want to make new friends. Nick Flo, what's up? Thank you for coming in. I got Nick Flo followed yesterday. I believe I got the right account, which would mean I'm your first follower. So I got that going for me. How's it going? Hello. Thanks for coming in. Yukin, thank you for coming in. Again, guys, biting commentary in addition to gameplay. We got a div stream to cover later today. Thank you for coming in. Dear Callie, thanks for being consistent. Am I consistent? I don't know. Am I? Maybe. Look forward to the mornings together. Thank you for that, Nick Flo. Just Nick Flo reminds me of the old days. The old days with all of us pushing hard on content creation for Neverwinter, putting up with all the bull crap. And what did we get at the end of it all? We got a lump of coal. That's it. So, you know, but we got to know each other, a lot of us, and you know, so at least we have that. Thor, what's up? Thank you. Devil Blaze, the man, the legend. Are you talking about yourself? Because you can't be talking about me. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Thor. Hello. Thank you, guys. Love the fish. Love the emotes. Did you see Blurp? I didn't want to say anything yesterday. Blurp was trying to... Kick Streaming retweeted Blurp on doing sound alerts through Blurp. And they were a little tricky in how they did it. They didn't make mention of the fact you have to, all your viewers are going to have to download extension, and your channel points are not coming from Kick, they're coming from Blurp. I think Botrix is better, way better. But if you're going to go more than 3 sound alerts, you're going to have to pay like $2.50 a month. $2.50 a month. Actually, I think it's $2.49. I want to let you guys know we got a dev stream later today. So, and normally I wouldn't care. If they're just going to come on and try to talk about the patch and Season 1, it doesn't matter. How's it going, Gail? I don't care about Season 1, I don't care about the patch. It doesn't address the big issues I have with the game, but what they're going to do, they said, they're going to talk about what's coming in Diablo 4. So, I don't know what that means. Are they just going to talk about reversing some stuff that's in the patch? Because of class imbalance. So far, everything I've seen in this game is druids and rogues. Now, is that because of influencers, or is that because that's just the way it is with the meta? I don't know. Give me a sec. Love that. Yeah, we got a lot more sound alerts to add into the future. Guess what? Guess what? Hello, I can go up to 150. 150. So I got a lot of work to do on that in the future. Thank you for letting me know. There's still a lot of sound alerts I gotta bring down from Blurp, recopy, and bring them up. We definitely got a long way to go there. I can go to 150 on Botrix. Yeah, okay, yeah, you know, I'm not saying everyone's playing a, frickin', druid and rogue, but that's all I'm seeing. But I know there's others. I was watching some other streams yesterday, and people are like, oh yeah, I see plenty of Sorks, and, no, actually on the forums, also. People are talking about, oh, there's others playing, you know. My next 4 points are gonna go into, Poison Creeper. Reminder, we got, you know, you guys know how it is. This is gaming. How's it going, Helena? This is gaming and gaming talk. Let me get the tweets out and stuff like that. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Did I not get that one in? Are you serious? Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of druids and rogues. I'm telling you, it's you know, we're all over there at the statues, you know, doing this thing, working on this stuff, you know. I see all the druids are all bumping into each other over there. Let's get some tweet action out. Day 2. Plenty of commentary today. You know, we're constantly reviewing things. And we talk about other video games, what's coming up as well. So, you know, the deal. The normal kind of deal here. Now, what I might do today, just to let you know in advance, we may, later today, we may take a break, go jogging, and then I'll just leave the stream running and then come back for the dev stream. I already have a countdown timer set up for the dev stream, so you don't miss that coverage. I'm liking this thing about jogging early. It's not so hot out. You got your mother in a whirl. She's not sure if you're a boy or a girl. Hey, babe, your hair's all right. Hey, babe, let's go out tonight. Hot tramp, I love you so. Guys, the lyric, I mean, can't we get back to a time when everyone's having fun? You know what I mean? Yeah, and you see some necros. Okay, yeah, I think Bone Spear's still good. I think there's some, and then you talk about Moonraven's working a barb. I'd love to see these other builds, you know. Yeah, dev stream should be interesting. A lot of people are mad because they feel their class got nerfed into the ground more than others, kind of thing. Tweet is out. Now for Koopa Troop, that's on slow mode. Maybe I'll post there later before the dev stream starts. Loopa Troop. Troopa. And we have, let's see, I've got everything up here ready. Twitch stream is ready for later. I got everything up here. Look at this. Here's the wonderful forums. Here's their Twitch stream. I could go YouTube, but I'm just going to go to Twitch. I can't believe they only have 138,000 followers on their Diablo channel. Can't believe it. That's ready to go. Tune in, Campfire Chat, 11 a.m. today. And look at this. The team will discuss feedback we received from the community on patch 1.1 and detail what's on the horizon. I don't know what that means. Like how far on the horizon, you know. Are you going to make your game fun to play or not? That's my question. Team. Is your game going to be fun to play or not, especially at the end game? Campaign is good. The only thing I like about this game is the campaign. Everything else I got issues with. I came into this game like 10 times yesterday. I logged in like 10 times. You guys, if you're in my clan or whatever, or my friends list, you probably saw it. I couldn't handle more than 20 minutes. Because it's just frickin', I go into depression. Maybe the problem is me, you know. Yeah, I think for me, the patch is fine. I don't care. So far. Now, Moonraven did post a thing yesterday, like, once you get to level 50, how hard it is to get XP to go beyond level 50. I don't know how true that is, but that would suck. If they're really trying to slow down the game, fine. But make the game fun. Make the game fun. What is this? Do I have a quest to go here? You know what I think? I think whispers are the thing. Get your aspects, of course, that you need. But, and, you know, do what you got to do. But to me, whispers are the thing. I can't think of anything better to do than to do that. Because you get a lot of XP at the end of the whisper also. So I can't think of a better activity to do. Now, I don't, like, at some point, I guess there's going to be Legion events and, you know, things like that. But I'm just going to jump over here and just start getting some, you know, some favors. I can't think of anything else to do right now. I got a legendary yesterday, so... Yeah, where's the fun? I don't care about, like, oh, we made it to where you have to be level 70 to go into World Tier 4. Oh, we removed the fact that you have to be 70 to go into World Tier 4. I don't care. In fact, I wish you would have left it at 70. I don't care. Your game's not fun. You gotta work on your end game. You know, you really, and you got to listen to somebody else besides your own internal, you know, your echo chamber. You got to listen to other people. You got to, you know, realize that it, and I'm not even talking about classes, just talking about your game.
Not while I'm in town.
Diablo 3 went through some similar type of things. They wanted to slow everyone down, and it just got to be too much. Reaper of Souls, really, I feel like Reaper of Souls and stuff before season started. Diablo's gone through 3 has gone through all these different iterations of being really good and being just terrible. The seasons actually helped Diablo 3. There were some times in Diablo 3's life cycle the game was so boring and bad.
Cannot do that here.
After 3 days, you're just like, well, what else is there? Let me go do something else. I think seasons actually really helped Diablo 3. Believe it or not. As weird as it may sound. Poison Creeper is going to be huge for this build. So the next, I don't know, 4 points or so are going to go into Poison Creeper. We'll take a look here. Let's get inside. What's your problem, bro? Do 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 do. Everyone from the original Diablo games is gone. Yeah, and it's like, I mean, I think Neverwinter was the same way. But it's an echo chamber. The guys that made the original Neverwinter, they just made one mistake. Their mistake was Mod 6. And they all basically got fired after that, or they quit. And so, you know, no rudder after that. This game is a little bit, you know, tough early game. I think later game, once, I don't know, whatever I'm going to be doing, the energy pool as well. I think we're going to be, it's going to be a lot of fun, this build. We are, I took a yellow, imprinted a core skill, not one I picked up, a core, whatever you call that. Earth skills deal 60% more crit strike damage to crowd-controlled enemies. So what's the theory on that? And I got a leg over here. This one. Not bad. I mean, you gain armor. This just was a drop, I think, out in the open world. We're at 337, 1478. So what about this crit thing? Let's look at what's happening. This is Landslide. Lego. You haven't seen a Lego? Yeah. And those veiled crystals, they're very valuable early on, aren't they? Yeah. Landslide is the main core skill. Crush enemies between 2 pillars of earth, dealing damage. After Landslide damages enemies 4 times, the next hit will immobilize. I don't know, like, I don't know how good that is. Primal Landslide. When you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terra Mote. Each enemy hit by Landslide consumes a Terra Mote, causing a guaranteed crit. Now, this here, when you immobilize or stun an enemy, it doesn't say when you immobilize or stun an enemy using Landslide, does it? It just says when you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terra Mote. But it doesn't say it's coming from Landslide. I think it could be any immobilize or stun. After Landslide damages enemies 4 times, I didn't know a landslide was a DOT. That's kind of weird. But I think this immobilizer stun doesn't have to be done by landslide. Hence, hopefully, poison creeper. A poison creeper periodically emerges from the ground every 7 supplies damage, poisoning enemies. Active. Vine strangle all surrounding enemies, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. And it's going to be 4 seconds. So I think this is your immobilize, which would guarantee a crit on landslide later. I believe that's how this kind of works. We got to test it out like in a controlled situation. Hit poison creeper and then hit landslide and verify that it's a crit, you know.
Hey now.
Hey now. Love that. The OG sound alert. Thank you. Four more. Is there a dungeon in the area? Have I done it? Sork? Might as well just go rotate through these events. We got 40 minutes. What's this? Yeah, that was a guaranteed crit. Crits are yellow, right? So, I hit Poison Creeper, then I hit Landslide. I love how this game works. I think it when you're near someone else, it implies that you're in a team. So you're walking around, you're like, where'd all this loot come from? It's because the game puts you into a team. Yeah, guaranteed crit right there. So the next level's a Poison Creeper. Passive and active damage. So we're going to max this out. Yeah, guaranteed crit. I like the fact there's some good things about this game. I like the fact that every class has a unique, unique power structure to it. Like in this case, you know, this thing here. So I like what they've done with making every class unique in that sense. It's not all doom and gloom. So I got the first aspect in. The question's gonna... I gotta look at the video and see what are the next aspects that they use. Yeah, I don't mind... I use... If there's good guides, I'll use a guide, especially when I'm learning a class. It's no problem for me. Well, I have to reinvent the wheel, you know. I think the Druid's really strong. I talked about this yesterday, if I were to make a hardcore character, I would make a Druid. Regardless of what, you know. I know some people might say rogue or whatever, but I think the Druid, it was good before the patch, good after the patch. You know, good, not, you know. I think it's just good, and there's a good build variety. This coffee is freaking sick, guys. I'm trying to keep myself under control right now. It's so good. Trying to hold it in, let my excitement out. How good the coffee feels right now. What's going on here? We got some friends? Enemy waves? Ooh, the range on Pulverize is not bad, guys. Didn't think about that. It's almost a ranged skill. What do we got here on these other classes? We have, I don't know. Everything looks the same to me. It's good to be in a group now like this because then it kind of tests, you know. Because all the mobs are harder. Okay, looks like we got a barb, a whirlwind. God, can they just make it to where the screen, like, everything looks so depressing. Look at my screen. Everything looks depressing. God, I know they were going for a certain look, but God, please. It's so, like, I just want to vomit. Yeah, Druid, self-sustain. Yeah, I think if I were to go, like, hardcore, I would be going Druid. For sure. Okay. Next. Find the corpse. Okay. Understood. We've done that before. Remember, guys, we got, dev stream coverage. Let me get that in here. Let me get my countdown. Do I get my countdown thing here? Dev stream. Well, I have it here. Look at this. You know we love covering dev streams, right? It's a hoot. What's that? The counter scam? Looks like you're to me it's, yeah, Vlay, it's like a washed out look. And it's so depressing. And I'm looking at this. I mean, look at this. The rocks are green, the grass is green, everything is puke green. The wood is puke green. Where's the clear delineation of colors? It's so depressing.
Be careful.
It's like someone just puked up green puke. It's like Linda Blair was here. Hopefully in the new expansion they bring us to a new area that's more of a paradise or something. Hey, we got Honk going. Yeah. That's an underrated movie, man. I'll tell you right now. We have friends. Yeah, we'll definitely, if we're getting guaranteed crits on Immobilize or whatever, we're going to be really looking for a lot of crit strike damage for sure. I don't need crit chance. I don't think. Why chase crit chance? I just need, you know, I can get guaranteed crits with Poison Creeper. I don't see any reason to do a world boss until players get higher levels.
When, boy? When are you gonna get your act together?
We're getting some yellows we gotta look at. When, boy, when? Kelty? Kelty's here. Thank you. Hope you guys are doing good today. It's Friday. Yeah. Find the corpse. I can't think of a better thing to do right now than to do... Oh, yikes. Than to do the Whisper farm stuff. Is that the corpse? Perfect. Mr. Werebear. That's it? That was the boss? That was the boss. I don't care about that quest. I want this stuff. Huh? Oh, are we helping someone else do it? Let me get off my horse.
I need more spirit.
I think I probably got some good gear I could be looking at right now. Some good things about seasons. Yeah, I don't see any reason, like, and they're getting you're getting gear, you're getting materials, and you're getting they increase the XP too. So, you know.
I'm not ready yet.
And then what I'll do is, whatever dungeon, you know, I'll run dungeons if there's favors tied to them. Unless I'm really hunting for a particular aspect that I need right away. What is this? Event? Oh, we gotta keep doing this till she's available to be destroyed. Now, this is a season, and with seasons, all good things must come to an end. So,
I need more spirit.
you know, unless they come out with a new class, you're probably looking at me just staying a druid forever. And just get more and more experience with the class. So that when a new season comes up, I can react to whatever changes there are, you know. This season, I go landslide druid. Next season, I go this kind of druid, you know. That way I could, like, react quickly and make it feel a little bit more seamless. Get wrecked. Totally. Oh, the orbs. I think I have a good, collection of orbs. I don't think I'm getting favors for this. We might have to heat up this coffee a little bit. I require a certain temperature. Everything else is unacceptable. Okay, oh, I did. Okay, I just need one more. Let's go grab this frickin' waypoint. I'm glad the whole map is open, right? The whole map is open. I'm okay with... I mean, for me, everything's fine. You know, everything's fine. It's just the game, like this, there are some big meta issues I have with this game. And a lot of it comes at endgame. It's very visually unappealing. Nightmare Dungeons should need a complete rework. And we need a lot more gear to chase it as we level up higher levels at endgame. That's all. Why is that so difficult? Just do it. You bunch of freaks over there. Yeah, I think the Druid... You know what I'm going to do, artist? Thanks for coming in. I'm just going to play Druid every season. And do different variations of it. And I'll become an expert at Druid. Then I can go play other video games. And then when the new season comes, I'll just take a look at the patch notes and say, oh, okay, well, I'll play Druid this way now. You know, something like that. And then just go, you know, yeah, if they ever get gear sets, because those gear sets will come back to Eternal, and if you want to go finish your character on Eternal, by all means, you know. And expansions will apply to both Eternal and the seasons. So, I still think Eternal is, you know, it's not completely dead, you know what I mean, yet. We need to see what the new, the expansions are like. Why don't I work on my character in the season and bring back all the goodies that he gets, and then when the expansion comes out, play the expansion on Eternal with my nice character, you know, because the expansion's going to be like World Tier 5 and a whole bunch of new stuff and in-game stuff. So I don't know, unless they make it all part of the season. Well, what are they going to do? Are they going to make expansions part of the season first before coming back? I don't know. I actually do not know. This is a Malignant thing. I've never seen this before. This some kind of Malignant event?
Not ready yet.
Is there a Sork here or something? I see a lot of electricity. I don't know what this is. The Malignant Blooms. Okay. Do I get a bunch of little pickups for this?
Wait a minute.
It's pretty easy to stack the currency for the class. Nice. Yesterday I picked crit and I'm like, I don't need crit strike. I'm gonna get guaranteed crits. That it? Yeah. Let's go. This place is actually a good place to just go transfer over there, and then you got everything close by. There's a crafting station close by and a stash close by. This place where you turn in the whisper things. Eternal's not dead. People, yeah, people didn't even get a chance to play it. Yeah, I mean, the thing about seasons being a bad idea, I mean, like, if you look at Diablo 3, seasons came 2 years later. That was the case I was making, was that, you know, work on your game first. Make your game great, fix everything, make it better, make it all work, you know, fix your in-game, come out with expansion, so that everyone gets to play the game. I mean, we're halfway, a lot of people were like level 20, level 30, and they're like, what? Seasons are coming up already? I gotta do this again? It just didn't make any sense to me. Like, what are you doing? It just didn't, it still doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't get it. Then you need to fix all the gear. I need, as I level up, there should be tiers of gear. Beyond level 800, item level 800 should be 900 item level, 1000 item level. Chase items. Not all these little affixes that your brain is gonna bleed. They come out with seasons already. It just still, to this day, does not make sense to come out so soon with seasons. People are just like, you know, we just got the game. Why would you come out with season? We just got the game. I don't get it. Yeah, it's like the game isn't ready for seasons. You know, it's just not set up for seasons. It's not structured correctly for seasons. Who wants to do nightmare dungeons over and over again the way they're structured? The game needs a year in the oven, and with a bunch of stuff, and get it all right and good and great end game and gear, and come out with seasons maybe in a year or a year and a half. Just still to this day, I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. Why the rush? People come into the game. You know, they're level 30. Oh, what's this? Well, it's season 1 announcement. Oh, what? Now what do you want me to do? I'll be back in a minute. Let me just heat this up real quick. We're on Kick, guys. And you are too. Anyone that came over to Kick from Twitch to follow me over here, to make an account, to go through that effort. Don't think I don't appreciate that. Do something different. Yeah, I know they wanted to, yeah, do something different. And they, like, Battlefield Season Pass, they actually copied I want to download content. What's so hard about making more story? Yeah. I mean, there's just, like, this game needs another 12, 18 months before you should do a season. You know what I mean? And then even before the season starts, there should probably be a couple new classes. Like, what are you doing? See, people are worried about, like, oh, you came out with a patch or whatever. I'm looking at these big meta issues, and I'm like, you know, you've got some huge issues here. Everyone loves Diablo. You know, we love Diablo. It's the brand is strong, but Jesus, who's making decisions? Are the bean counters making decisions for you? It's like this entire, like, everything looks like puke to me. Everything looks like green puke. And then you got to fix your lag. There's so many things that need to be done. Two-handed weapons. I think I already have a pretty good two-handed weapon. Leg guards? Don't I already have a good leg guards? I don't know. This looks pretty crappy to me. See, you got, oh, I wasn't looking beforehand. You got a lot of XP for doing this. Do we get, no. What I want is, Veil crystals. Gonna have to, break down yellows, I guess. But at least we're getting yellows, so that's Veil crystals. Blah, blah, blah. I don't use Boulder, but it's a little bit more armor, but armor was nerfed. So, I think willpower is our main stat for skill damage. .2% damage reduction? I don't know. Nothing really matters. Just need the Veil crystals. You have the PC or PS5 version. PS5 is more stable. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the, you don't hear a lot about that. PlayStation 5, everything's like, Xbox. Yesterday, I was looking at the, it's money driven, yeah, Thor. And yeah, they want to do something different. They go open world, gives them more options. They talked about how there's 110, 200 dungeons, but they're all but a lot of them, it's like they all smell the same. I think the game probably needed another year in development, but sometimes you just got to get it out there. So they got it out there. So now let's just keep playing it and giving feedback and having them do a bunch of stuff. No, they come out with frickin' seasons. The open world idea, I don't know if it's working really too well. Not sure. Mob density is very low. They went with what do you do in an open world? We already knew what was coming because we come from games like Neverwinter. The open world concept, a zone, is going to have heroic encounters or events. You know, it's going to have that kind of stuff. We already knew what this was going to be about. The events are going to pop up. Oh, wow, man, that's just amazing. I'd be okay with just give us, like, I'm actually, you know, you want to go open world, go, fine. But the whole thing looks like puke. And, there's, like, when we get to endgame, there's, like, the gear chase ends, almost. And the biggest, if I had to put my finger on the biggest problem that I have with this game, it's the entire structure of the Nightmare Dungeons. Because that is your end game. They come out with a new expansion, there'll be a new chapter for the campaign, but we'll finish that. The Nightmare Dungeon structure, I think, is my biggest problem with this game, outside of the loot, of course. It's nasty. Okay, and we're basically we're almost at endgame. When you, like, we're coming into here, we're doing level 50 activities already. So what do we have to do here? It's whispers. I don't know where, I gotta look to see where Legion events. I don't know if there's Legion events in Tier 1. How we doing on renown? We got to work on our renown. That's what we got to do. Also, that's gonna. I got to go do strongholds. You know what I mean? Do strongholds, and I think it all carries forward, right? So I got to go to Fractured Peaks and do all the strongholds. That's another thing to do. I'm not against this. This, you know, these activities. This is all fine. It's all fine. Your Nightmare Dungeon structure sucks, and we need gear all the way through to the end game. Good gear that'll drop at a high item level. That's all. That's all. Yeah, it's a beta game. Cross-network play, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, that's good, Helena. Helping others. I'm not necessarily, like, I don't have really big problem with how they did stuff. All of this stuff. I just, like, you're, like, the worst thing I've done in this game is Nightmare Dungeons. How they have it, the whole thing set up. I just think it's terrible. And then I'm going in there, and everything that drops, I'm like, I don't even care anymore. Like, why should I look at all your gear when it's all the same gear I got 10 levels ago and 20 levels ago? Nothing new to chase that you can actually get. And yeah, I think they will go gear sets eventually. Previously, I thought there would be a lot more to it. Yeah, you thought there'd be a lot more to the open world, but this is what we see. It's Neverwinter zone, adventure zones. It's Fallout 76 zones. Guys, I see it over and over again. This idea. We saw it with the Magic Legends. We knew what this was going to be. It's like when you have an open world, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We knew it was coming. But that's not my biggest problem. I mean, I'm okay with everything. Your nightmare dungeons are just terrible how you have it set up. And that's our in-game grind. That's our loop. To me, that's the most important part of the game is your in-game loop. And today, are they going to talk about that? Are they going to talk about their in-game loop and the nightmare dungeons and the loot you get today on their stream? No. 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 I'm okay with all this. I love strongholds. I don't know one person that doesn't like strongholds. I don't know one person that doesn't like it. And well, yeah, the season, I just don't that's a whole nother, I guess, discussion. I just don't understand. Your game, you need, someone needs to step up over there and just stop worrying about collecting a paycheck and say, look, here's some big meta issues that you need done in this game. You know, these companies, they just come in and how's it going? Yeah, well, where's lunch today? They're all patting themselves on the back, We made $1 billion already. No, you didn't make $1 billion. The brand has the value. The brand has a value. Don't think your game is that great. I should be working on Renown. We got to get ready. What level am I? 23. And you know me, I just goof around a lot. I'm level 23, so we're doing okay. We're second day into the season. And I purchased this game. So, I want to get value for my purchase. No, Artist Muse. I don't stream on Twitch anymore. I am on Kick. I am simulcasting on Kick and YouTube. You can't see the Kick messages that are coming into my chat. Oh, actually, you can see it on the screen at least. So you can see it. Look at the little symbol next to people's, it's got a K. That's Kick. That's Kick. Kick. No ads. Just like YouTube with a proper ad blocker. I don't know. Luckily, if you could find a good class to play, if you find a good class to play, it makes a lot of this friction easier to digest. So with these kind of games, to me, the most important thing, I think, for number one is find a class you like to play. Number one. That can help make things easier while they work on the game over the months and years or whatever. Okay, are they level 30? Can I go over here? So are these strongholds I haven't done yet? Is that what this is saying? Here's a 25. So let's jump over here, then jump over here, I guess. Here's a seasonal dungeon. I think there's quite a bit to do. Like I said, my concern is mostly with the end game. The gear and the nightmare dungeon structure. It's just terrible. Those sigils with all the nerfs to you part of the sigil. Like, get out of here. Just make the mobs harder as we move up the levels. Screw all this crap. I have yet to do anything at these workstations. Is there an entrance over here? I want to do the stronghold. Should I do this? Oh, this is barbarian, but there's a quest inside. The renown. I'm in Fractured Peaks, right? So I need. Oh, we've already got 3 on Fractured. But I think it holds. It just keeps stacking your points for you. So, you know, this is what I want. This thing here, the 4 Paragon points. So I think I should just go to each zone and do all the strongholds in each zone. And then side dungeons too, you get 40. So, yeah. I mean, there's like... there's plenty to do. I think there's plenty to do. Teleport, let's see, I like my Sork. Teleport on the enchant for double... oh, really? There's something like that? So you could actually... it makes it go further? Oh. What am I supposed to do with these gems? Oh, well, I guess you're supposed to use them eventually. I've got a couple... I think I've got some really good hearts, but I'm just saving them in the bank for later, I guess. This season is going to go until... let's see. July, August, September... like, I'll be playing Starfield before this season ends. And that's probably what's going to happen, you know. We'll play this game a while, some new game will come out, we go to that, and then we come back for the next season. Play a little while, you know. What's up, Login? Thanks for coming in. Thank you for the lurk. I really do like this class so far. I think I already put on the seasonal cosmetics or something. I thought I'd be doing pulverize. I didn't know there was anything else. I want to see how things go for Moonraven. He's building a barb with Rend or something. I think in Diablo 3, remember when, I think when you level up, you got some bumps to your stats just by leveling up. You know, your like your 8 something with 3 different stats or whatever would increase just by leveling up. I gotta see how many of those things I have. We'll just keep stacking for the you know, the class specific thing. What is it called? Spirit boons. Spirit boons. They have to, they can't, they, like, they gotta, like, some people were saying, oh, the dungeons need to be, just like D3. So the dungeons, like, oh, we have to do the dungeons again or whatever. Of course. Of course. Gotta have to do something when the season starts. Yeah, we're maxing out poison creep. I think beyond getting renown, I think whispers are great. Gear, and you just get a ton of XP, I guess. Two towers are impossible. Souls games are hard. Try 2 tower helms deep. I don't like, what's 2 towers? Yeah, it's good for leveling. I just think, I mean, we need renown, so we've got to do stuff for that. But I think the whisper stuff is like the best thing to do. And that's really kind of an in-game-ish activity. I don't know what is meant by 2 towers. 2 towers. Those last missions are impossible. Are we talking about Diablo? What's 2 towers? Is that a game? So what's Gale doing these days? Gale, you're supposed to be playing the season in Diablo. What's wrong with you? You need to go along with the crowd, Gale. The peer pressure is on. You got to be playing a frickin'. I think what Gale's like, nah. Zelgod came into the stream yesterday and said, you know what? Forget it. Will you frickin' freak? People are like, nah, no thanks. Okay, there's a mission here to do. The only reason this season is acceptable to me is just because I'm playing a new class that I haven't played before. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of like this. Otherwise, I'd be like, screw this.
Killed for my faith, burned and tortured. When I died in that forsaken place, it was without the grace of the light. Their path to salvation led me only into darkness. Now, it is blood.
You got your mother in a whirl. She's not sure if you're a boy or a girl. Oh crap. Let's see if this is a guaranteed crit. Is he still immobilized? Yes. Let's go collect the animus, guys. We're going to be doing this 5,000 times, collecting animus. Redo your nightmare dungeon structure. It's terrible. Let me take a break. Retro. Ubisoft. What's Lord of the Rings or something? Is Ubisoft open world with different skin? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Everything's open world now. All these new games is you come into some open world. Lord of the Rings? The Two Towers? You mean the movie? That was the only good Lord of the Rings. It's the second one. And I'm sticking with that opinion. Damn. That guy had an attitude problem. It really helps having 9 health pots. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Oh, that's right. Gold matters now. Do they make the goblins any good, or are they still bad? This coffee is lit today. Jagged Alliance. You want a Barbie world? Yeah, I don't know, man. Dated retro game. Yeah, dated retro game. What was the dated retro game? Diablo 3. Isn't that what they said? Oh, because they're PoE fans. That was funny. I had a good laugh on it. I mean, is it okay if I prep for Diablo 4 by playing Diablo 3? Is that okay, Mr. Person that comes in and then never comes back to the stream again? Should I be picking up blues or not? I don't even know.
I write this as I breathe out my last among the corrupted tombs of those
For salvage purposes? I don't know.
I have hunted these wretched creatures for as long as I've been able to.
What's this guy talking about? Shut up, dude. Stop with your long story.
And grow strong in numbers
Diablo 3 before I was born, yeah.
into this nest.
I'll never forget, like, the day Diablo 3 launched. I was sitting here at this desk,
And I fear
and I didn't even know.
wonder unknowing
I just was on Twitch, and these guys were streaming it.
this skill. Hunt them.
That was 10, 11 years ago.
My death be for naught.
Yeah, just salvage. Is there a specific, like, unique salvage that's coming from the blues? Maybe I should pick them up. I don't know. Most of this gear I don't care about unless it's really good drops. Because I just want to get levels. I got a decent weapon. I imprinted core skill on it. And just keep stacking from now, and I just got to keep stacking Veil Crystals, so for when I get another replacement for this, if I do. Where are those puppies? I got 20. I don't know. Okay, we got a div stream coming up at 11 a.m. Pacific time, guys. So you know the deal. We cover that. We'll listen to what these freaks have to say. We'll have post-div stream analysis here on Kick. Oh, guys, I went into the categories last night. Yeah, I've got to use it for upgrading gear. Okay. I went into the Kick category for Diablo 4. I went into the Twitch category for Diablo 4. Even on Kick. The amount of people streaming this game is, like, literally insane. And I think partially it's because the game is on all platforms. I think that's part of the reason why. Or maybe a big reason why. There were so many people. I could not... Like, I went low to high on Twitch yesterday. I was rolling down. I couldn't get past the people with one viewer. My finger got tired. There was so many people streaming yesterday. And like I said, even on Kick. It's crazy. Where's the puzzle rings? You know what I mean? Look at this. You better drop something good. Get immobilized. Two yellows? I mean, I would lose damage to CC'd enemies. But I get it down at the bottom. 26 willpower, which is good for me. But it's just not going to make much of a difference overall. Worth to be in investing in this. But that 26 willpower would be nice, you know. I don't know. I don't want to use up my mats this early on. It just doesn't matter that much till later. Games with female mains. Yeah, games are hard. Next week, I'm going to be doing a stress test for Palia. in the afternoon. Under NDA or whatever. Of all the games I get invited to play, it's that frickin' dweeb game. No, I don't know. It might be good. Who knows? No offense to dweebs. I'm a dweeb. I played Planet Crafter. What does that make me? Hardcore dweeb. Terraforming. Oh, we've got some mob density. Hello. It's a miracle. Definitely going to be maxing out Poison Creeper. Yeah, good. Give me movement speed. Oh, this place ends. I'm enjoying the druid. What can I say? I wish I would have started druid when the game launched. I was on the fence. There are going to be a lot of free-to-play Genshin Impact type games coming out. Basically. Open world. Very pretty. You know, it's follow the money. They made a lot of money on Genshin, and these other games are going to come out to try to replicate that. Nice teleport, bro. I like my little wolves. I like having some kind of companion with me on these journeys. See, this dungeon that we're doing right now, we're going to get an aspect. There's a quest in here. We get renown. I'm okay with this. But for a nightmare dungeon, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Doing this over again for a nightmare dungeon, no, I'm not okay with it on the nightmares. It's boss time! Yikes. It's not gonna be that easy. We lost a lot of armor, I guess. I might actually have to dodge a little bit. Are these malignant things? I don't even know. For me, I'm finding the bosses to be tougher now in the dungeons, but I don't know if just because it's like druid early problems or what, I don't know. An aspect I won't be using, but I get the renown. And there was a quest in here too. All stats, fire res, total armor. Maybe I should just look at item level on some of this stuff. I'm looking for huge, like this here. 74. So 294 to 440. You know what I mean? 28 willpower. You know, I mean, this looks pretty frickin' good to me. 337. 433. And then I just imprint the same frickin' thing on there. I don't know. That's done. And we want to exit the dungeon, I think. There's a stronghold there. Oh, you got a new laptop? Nice. Vista. How's the inventory space? Get rid of those gems.
Come back if you need work.
We're getting some levels today. Oh, we're almost level 24. Sweet. I'll put this here for now. I need a chicken switch. And I think we'll just stick with this guy, I guess. What's the imprint cost? Nice game you got here, Blizzard.
No witchcraft here, only honest magics.
12. You see how veil crystals are so valuable early, and then later on they're like, God, I got thousands of these. What about the orbs? What's that all about? What would I want to spend the orbs on? I don't know. I can stack up to 500 or so. Magic Legends looking pretty good. Where would Magic Legends be today if they kept it going? What a terrible company. They couldn't even they couldn't even get to the release phase of it. That game would have done pretty well on consoles. What a bunch of idiots. The bean counters ruined that game. Oh, let's come out in beta and put a cash shop in beta and make it to where everyone gets to save their progress. So day one, all the exploits, you can't back out of it because you promised everyone they get to save their progress. What a stupid decision. Because they wanted to put a cash shop in. They're the worst. It's the worst, the stupidest idea I've ever seen. Let's launch this game in beta after these small alphas. And we'll put a cash shop in and we'll say, oh, you get to save your progress. So all the exploits day one. Like, you know, they're running around trying to patch all their bugs and all their problems. And they're like, well, we have a cash shop, you could spend money and buy the new class. And so they made money, but they have a piece of crap game. And they can't back out of it. They can't say, okay, guys, thank you for playing. We're going to shut the game down for a couple months while we work on all the issues. We'll come back with beta 2. No, they couldn't do it. Idiots. All they had to do, all someone had to do was stand up and say, okay, if you want to make money, just sell packages. You go into beta, you're going to be doing wipes over and over and over again for the next 6 months or more. And then just sell packages. Sell founders packs. You know? That way you can do wipes over and over again. They just backed themselves into a corner because they were chasing the dollar. Yeah, I mean, it's just terrible. It's locked behind a paywall for the class. They're like, the game needed to be in beta for a year. And just sell founders packs. No, they went for the gold. They went for the gusto. Let's get our money back now. Yeah, and then they had to refund everyone. Yeah, and they should have aimed at the console. That should have been their market, absolutely 100%. Console, and it was even when they went to PAX East and did the big demo for Magic Legends, it was controllers. It was controllers. These guys, man. What kind of decision is that? You get to keep your progress on a game that's just had a few little alphas? Idiots. Then they're under the gun now. Selling all this crap and like your game is garbage. You got so much work you got to do on it. It's got promise. And you're just worried about your cash shop selling stuff to get your money back on your investment instead of thinking of the long term. That's the thing I saw first and foremost. Why are you going into a beta and everyone gets to save their progress? Why? You just back yourself into a corner. Day one, exploit, 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 gold, gold, gold. Can't do a wipe. They don't have the resources to come in and just, you know, make tons of fixes on the fly. We're gonna max Poison Creeper. The decision has been made. That's a forever skill. Yeah, and then trying to process all the refunds, you know. That's a pain right there. So what was the result of one bad decision? Okay, cause and effect. Cause and effect. One bad decision. Let's make it to where everyone gets to save their progress. In beta. First beta. That one decision made it to where they had to shut the game down, basically. Because they painted themselves into a corner. And then, because they had to refund everyone's money, they actually had a loss that year. Okay? They had a huge loss that year. Cause and effect. What did that cause then? The stakeholders in Perfect World said, you know what? Let's sell this company while we can. While we can. So they put this huge marketing material together, which was all front-loaded. All talking about how great Neverwinter did. That's all front-loaded. All those accounts, all the money, Neverwinter was front-loaded. They made most of their money years ago. And so they had to sell out because of Magic Legends, because of saying, oh, you know, let's go beta and with everyone gets to save their progress. We can't do wipes. You were working on that game for 5 years. What's another year? What is another year? And then just sell Founders Packs on the Steam store or whatever, or through your website. Sell Founders Packs so that people, when the game does properly launch, they have all this stuff. Because of that one bad decision, in my opinion, you ended up having a company that had to sell themselves for $120 million. And I'm not talking Neverwinter, the entire company, including all the Perfect World stuff, for $120 million. Back when interest rates were almost zero. 120 was nothing. It's pocket change. I think most of the people working on Neverwinter, they work from home in order to cut costs. Look at their dev streams. They're all streaming from home. COVID's over. COVID is over. And I don't know like what they're working on right now. They need a new game for sure. They need a new game. And bad monetization, yeah. I mean, Magic Legends had some promise to it. You know, it had some promise. It definitely needed, like, there was a lot of work to be done there. But it did have some promise to it. They're working on Neverwinter replacement. I certainly hope so. Otherwise, I just don't see where they're going to go in the future. I was watching some of the new the new mod yesterday. You're getting like one dungeon a year. It's just a joke. Speaking of jokes, laggy game. Am I going to the stronghold? Yes, we are. New battle pass, I don't know what they're trying to sell. You know, I just don't know. Yeah, they're all working from home from what I can see. When they had their dev stream last week, I don't care what they were talking about. I'm like, you guys are working from home still. So they're cutting costs. They can operate Neverwinter for pretty cheap now. There's a lot of sunk costs there. You guys are all working from home. COVID's over, man. I don't need to get these altars. Okay, let's see if I can handle this, guys.
Even for these parts.
What do I need to do? Search for the source of the storm? This is only a level 25 stronghold, so I mean I should have done this a long time ago. It's 100 renown, so What's going on here? This should be easy peasy. What's this thing coming across my screen? What's this tether? Get your tethers out of here. I can't even see anything. I'm so depressed. I gotta go kill these things on the tether, I think. This game is so depressing, guys. I am literally so depressed. I can't see any. Everything's washed out. Green vomit. I think it's best to maybe play this game just completely in the dark. So maybe it looks a little better. Tetherman, what's up? Hey, why are you... do I gotta kill these first? There we go. You like my guaranteed crit, bro? I do. Uh, 11 o'clock today, dev stream for this game. The plan is to cover it. We'll probably be breaking at some point here today, and I'll just leave the stream running. I'll go jogging, and then come back a little bit early, get set up for the dev stream coverage. I'm not expecting much out of the dev stream. They're just going to talk about what changes they're going to make to probably a new patch for the season coming up. I want to see what's coming up for the game. That's what I want to see. What are you going to do about endgame? Are you guys really, company, you really like those nightmare dungeons, the way they're set up? Is that your idea of endgame? The way they're set up? What about the gear? Gotta get this guy. We're gonna make this blah, 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 blah. Give me your roadmap on what you're gonna do with this game in the future.
Not ready yet.
Then you got that Rod Ferguson guy's gonna sit there and just interrupt everyone. But he does kind of keep things on, somewhat degree, keeps things on track. I'm more interested in the Twitch chat than I am on the stream, on the dev stream itself. You know what I'm saying? I'm just there to watch the Twitch chat. I'm there for the ratio. You know what I'm saying? I'm there for the ratio. Let's check up on chat here. Thank you guys for being around. Cleric. Motsic, yeah, that's right, Helena. I mean, if they would have done Magic Legends right, we would be, we were like the content creators for Neverwinter. We'd be looking pretty good right now, if they would have done it right. Everyone lost on this whole thing. Everyone lost. And remember, they pulled tons of resources away from Neverwinter in order to work on Magic Legends. What is the result? Goose egg. Nothing. That's another part of this. The dev stream in early 2017 that I covered on Cryptic, I highlighted the fact that he said, we are taking resources and it's going to another project. That other project turned out to be Magic Legends. Again, hurt. bad, but hurt, hurt, hurt. What's the result? Nothing. And I wasn't there for Redeem Citadel and all that stuff. To me, it's just all a blur. Favor farming? I was away from the game when all that stuff was going on. It's going to get us 100 renown. Claire, okay, let me just catch up on chat. Thank you guys for your participation. Yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't have to really do much. Yeah, the heal. Oh, that's right. Lair of the Mad Mage. Mod 16. The Mod 16 was good for me as a streamer. Maybe not good for the game on some parts, but there's a major change to the game. A lot of people quit after Mod 16. After Mod 16, for several, I don't know how long, we were averaging 150 to 180 viewers. But, which for Neverwinter is like, you know, hitting a home run. Bonding, so yeah, they like Mod 16, they took away everything. Everything I worked for. And then what did they do in Mod 17? They gave a trial for the 0.05% of the player base. Nice work, guys. Everyone else, go do your expeditions. These guys are just so freaking clueless. I think the new dungeon has 3 levels. Are they finally doing what I said they should do? Every dungeon they come out with should have 3 tiers. I think they actually are doing that now. Frickin' poison creeper, dude. It is legit. Final boss time. If I like the druid right now, the druid is making it to where like any other crap in this game right now, this visual look, anything is okay now. Just because I'm enjoying the druid. Yeah, on Sally, I quit shortly after Mod 16. Yeah, a lot of people like Mod 16. A lot of people hung around, you know, like, can I make it work? You know, I did the same thing. Can I make this work? Can I make this work? And make this work? And, you know, I'm just like, you know, no, I don't, you know. And then when Mod 17 came with in preview or whatever with the trial, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to do that. I don't run with 10 people on Neverwinter and all this like dancing you have to do. They come out with all these trials and for the 0.5%. It just shows how out of touch. They're just doing it because there's probably some people there that are like, hey, we're good at making these one-room trial things, so let's keep making those. I don't know. With all these 5,000 mechanics. Lasers flying all over, it's just terrible. Go do Fangbreaker. You know, go do Fangbreaker. That's a proper dungeon. Now look at what a proper dungeon is. Yeah, it's just, yeah, the enthusiasm, yeah, and they're all, and they're still doing heroic encounters. It's still the same thing. And I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm actually okay for them to come out with a trial. But where's the, like, for mod 17? You came out with a trial. There should be a dungeon at 3 tiers in addition to that, so that everyone else has stuff to do. I gotta get out of this place. There we go. Oh no, the coffee's almost done. Yeah, we're definitely maxing Poison Creeper. Thing is insane. What's in this room? Give me some loot. Thanks for the frozen journal. Absolutely. I'm fine with top players getting something to do. There's no problem there. Yeah, it's in Stronghold Siege, they let it go. They ruined their PvP player base by trying to make money again. Best in slot PvP gear started to come into the lockboxes, and that made Stronghold Siege irrelevant. They didn't keep the gear up and everything for PvP to keep Stronghold Siege relevant. One of the best PvP experiences I've ever had in my life. It's just like everything they do to chase money is ruin their game and ruin their company. Yeah. Yeah, there's still people, there's like, I think their cost structure is so low for Neverwinter that they're able to make money. Yeah, the older dungeons, I still like the original game. Where you look at Corundax, look at the bosses, where you have bosses with ads, and the tank would kite, or, you know, that's what the whole game was initially set up for, that kind of thing. Where, what bosses with ads. Control wizards, control the ads, you know, tanks kite or whatever. I lay down these huge hollowed ground. That's the game I grew up with, and they changed it all. I was watching some of the new dungeon yesterday or whatever, and I'm like, you're just, it's just, you know, it's just not the same game anymore. So, you know, maybe some people like it, but you know, everyone's got to make a decision on what they want to do. If you don't like it, don't play it. And then for me, it was even worse because me and a lot of others put so much effort into making videos and streaming, and what did we get for it all? You know, you just got a handful of people watching stuff on Twitch. I went back for a month. I love all the progression systems, but like the viewer base, even me, you know, coming back, like, you know, just getting 50 plus viewers on there was not easy. Okay, this is going to be an easy stronghold because I think it's a level 25. What's this? Extra life management. Yeah, oh, remember all that? Oh, Nick was so good. Oh, when Nick Flo lays into someone or like a group of people or whatever, it was so good. Nick Flo just did not hold back. Did not hold back. I think it was something different at that time. It wasn't called Extra Life. There was something else that doesn't exist anymore. What? I don't know what those people were called. Oh, Nick laid into them. Ooh, there we go. Oh, it was so good. It was so freaking good. This guy. Oh. Nick Flo did some good stuff. And then Nick Flo has a special place in my heart. He made this video. And he got to the point where he talked about me. And I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. And that was all impromptu from him. That was all impromptu. That video, oh, I'm getting chills right now thinking about it. Oh. Let's go back and kind of refresh here. That video was so... When he started talking about me, I just felt so good. It gave me such a good feeling. The assist man, I know he gets a lot of hate, but I actually like the guy. You know what I mean? I actually like the guy. He gave me, assist man gave me a huge shout out on one of his videos for Mod 16. And, you know, I appreciate that kind of stuff. Lair of the Mad Dragon, nobody said. A bunch of others followed not long after. I forgot the name of those other people. They were like, they don't exist anymore, I guess. Before, there was Vex Life, then was something else. Bunch of U-botters. Yeah, the Xbox, I don't know about the Xbox stuff. I just know that when I, like, every once in a while I'd watch an Assist Man video and I just found it good. You know, I thought it was entertaining.
I see you have an eye.
And he had, like, upwards of 20,000 plus subs on YouTube, so he's doing something right. Am I supposed to do something? 4,500 to craft? I don't even care. Okay, let's max Poison Creeper. And let me see what's next. We're at level 24. We're almost level 25. And, so how's the Renown doing? Hey. Fractured's going pretty good. We got 980 towards the next one. Got to World Tier 3. Where's Soxglen? That's where we're going next. Oh, wow. Hello. Damn. I gotta go where it's level appropriate. You know. I don't know what Dry Steps is. Yeah, I could go, like, I could do stuff in Dry Steps, too. Level appropriate. Down here, what? Wait a minute. Everything's okay now? I could basically go anywhere. Maybe the strongholds are... I don't know about the strongholds. That's level 35. But I can pretty much go anywhere now. I guess. Level 26? Is this Soxglen? So, I mean, there's a lot to do here. There's plenty to do. It's just, to me, I told you what my problems are. There's just certain endgame stuff. Two big things. Let's check up on chat. Thank you, guys. Too many hours there. Tried to start again. Couldn't on PlayStation. I sound so toxic to myself. I knew I needed a hard stop break and went to Conan. Yeah, I did some Conan. Funcom, oh yeah, Funcom does Conan. Tencent, so Tencent's huge now. Huge. I like the crafting stuff in Conan. I went to the base game on Conan, not the new one, but the base game, and I just kept doing it over and over again to get better and better. The game was not easy. The base game was not easy. Guys, Starfield. What if Starfield is a bomb? What are we going to do? I am banking my future on Starfield. Even though we're not going to get a chance to see it till launch day. There's no beta. Nothing. Because it's not an online game anyway. Starfield, like... If Starfield is a bust... my time streaming is going to be... I may hang up my cleats. You know what I mean? And just enjoy retirement life. And my gaming will be greatly reduced. And so will the streaming, of course. There's a lot on the line here. I'm really counting on Starfield. Oh, that's a level 30. Okay. Do I have any? No whispers either. How are we doing on time? 8 o'clock. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I mean, she went on a cruise and she's coming back this weekend. They went on a Singapore cruise, her and her brothers and stuff, and she's sending me pictures. I'm like, Jesus, I got to get back on these cruise ships. And I love the bingo, believe it or not. The bingo is one of the best parts of the cruise. Love it. Just wait till you get my age, you'll know what I mean. There's a lot of people in their 30s that love the bingo on the cruise ships too. What's this frickin' seasonal dungeon? Let's see. Gear is decent. I'm holding on to the hearts, like for later gear, I guess. Season mechanic is interesting. I don't have a problem with the season mechanic. I have a problem for the fact that they're actually doing seasons. It's like, yeah. Cruising is not for everyone. It's not for everyone. There's a lot of Gen Xers that like, no. But if you're going to be a Gen Xer going on a cruise, I suggest Royal Caribbean. Royal Caribbean, they're set up for Gen Xers. They got the rock climbing walls and all this stuff for Gen Xers. But they'll be close to the good ones, not crippled people. What are you talking about, Riddler? Oh, I'm going to say it again. Nerfs in a PvE solo. Yeah, it's stupid. Stupid. They're going to be a dev stream today. Let's see what they have to say about it. Murdered on cruises? Jesus Christ, you guys. Yeah, it's okay, Riddler. Class competitor goes, but I want some balance. Yeah, I told you guys what I want in this game. They got to do class balance is always something they got to work on. My concern is with the end game. I'm having a pretty good time right here. And for me, it's like this stuff is all okay. As long as you got a good class you like to play, this stuff is okay. If your class stinks and you got nothing else, you are definitely going to have a problem here. And I think all classes are going to have a problem at endgame. Because the endgame sucks. Are they going to address endgame today? No, they're just, I don't know. They say they're going to talk about the future. I want to know, like, what are you going to do for your endgame? Are we still going to get these crappy Nightmare dungeon structure the way you've done it? And are we still going to have this crappy, this lack of gear progression? Up all the way through to 100. Paragon system should be a side thing. So you want to go nerf everyone and then at least I'll come back with other stuff so we can make up for it later. I don't know. 36 minutes on this? How close am I to the next level? I want to get one more level. What are the other, like, the problem is, how do Sorks feel today? Are Sorks okay? I want to know people that are actually working this game on the season, who are playing Sorks, Barbs. How are they feeling? Are they okay? Forget about Eternal Realm. Make a new Sork, if you're a Sork player, make a new Sork on the season. You know, whoa. Nah, the aspect kind of makes up for it. Plus it's +1 rank of Earth and Bulwark. Let's trash this stuff. I'm not going to overanalyze gear at this level.
Pack protect you.
What's still got some good in it?
Sorkon Vet just running campaign for now. Okay, campaign. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the classes are right now. What about Zell? Sorka's winning the race on levels. Really? Yeah, I want to see what people are. I want to see people actually playing like classes on the season and see like, oh, and I bet a lot of them are like, oh, this ain't so bad, you know.
Not while I'm in town.
Now this doesn't look so bad graphically. The rain and all that's pretty cool. Let's get to level, what? 20... Let's get to 25.
I must wait a moment.
Powder? So like for me, it's like I'm making a druid here. So like when the season's over, the class comes back. The mechanic doesn't come back. The hearts don't come back or whatever, I guess. And gear comes back, but who cares? It's all about, well, what's the details for season 2? And then we're just going to do it all over again. So, let's see what it's like getting to level 50 again and doing all the same crap again and again on the current structure. It's not going to go well. It's probably good for streamers and YouTubers, especially having seasons, because they can make videos. Season 2, here's your build for Season 2. Definitely good for them. Yeah, one more button. Rogue. Yeah, I mean, I think Diablo 4 just needs another, like a year and a half. And then wait, you know, kind of wait and see what's going on. You know, I'll like for me, wait a year and then reevaluate in a year and say, okay, is this game now, does this game make, or do I want to actually like really play this game? What have they done different than what's there today that I don't like? Everyone's got their own thing they like and don't like. That's the thing, when I'm streaming and I'm giving my opinion, that doesn't mean it's, I mean, I know it may not be your opinion. Don't, like, you know what I'm saying? I give my opinion. I'm not trying to say that my opinion is your opinion. To me, the end game is the big problem here. Nightmare dungeons and lack of good loot gear. Good gear at the end game. I'm not talking about these affixes. I'm talking about good drops to where it's like, oh my god, look what I just got. I hit level 80, now a whole new tier of gear opens up at item level 900 or something. Got to do those miserable nightmare dungeons and all the ancestrals and stuff. Most, it's like 99%. It's like just vendor them. It got just like, no, I'm not doing it. Let's see. What do we? Oh yeah, thank you for asking from YouTube. When does the dev stream start? It starts in 3 hours. 3 hours. Yeah, Sork is not hardcore safe. I think that's a fair thing to say. I think I would not disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. I don't know. Let's see, today's Friday. Whole bunch of people around here.
I'm not ready yet.
Like I was saying earlier, I mean, this open world stuff, I'm okay with it, I guess. It's okay.
Must wait a moment.
I thought they were going to come out with more mob density before the season. Like in the dungeons and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, the 3 hours is a dev stream. Am I expecting any huge revelations today? I don't know if it's just damage control. I don't know if they're going to say, okay, we heard your feedback. Here are the changes we're going to make. You know. We'll have a patch coming out during the season to make everyone feel nice and happy on their classes. I don't know. It's like they're just shooting from the hip. I don't know. They're like, what are they doing? They're just throwing stuff against the wall there and... Does anyone know anyone that actually is buying the premium battle pass actually with real money? Damn, look at all this stuff. This landslide skill, I still find it to be kind of... I feel like it's kind of a weird looking animation. Kind of fun.
Must wait a moment.
I can't... Like, I don't know what these other players are. I'm trying to get a feel for, like... What's everyone playing? Wow. That was a lot of good XP.
It is locked.
We got into, like, level 25. Yeah.
It is locked.
Oh, I need the key for that. I think they made these chests more rewarding, I think. How much time is left? 25 minutes? I think Druid was a good choice for hardcore, for the hardcore challenge. I think it was a good choice. Now that I'm playing it. I think I could probably go to the Spirit offering. Should have a pretty good quantity. Like, how does this work?
I must wait a moment.
Wow. Was that some kind of event or something? Well, that's done. Let's see. What do I want to build into next? Yeah. Whoa. Well, they added Tectonica as a game on Kick. And there were a few people streaming it yesterday. It's kind of like a Satisfactory kind of game. Underground. They gave it to me for free.
Wait a moment.
And it's in early access. Might slip in. Oh, can I go do this? Starts in what? Begins in 1 minute? God. What's going on here? That's the pre-setup. We got a necro here. We got a level 7 here. I think Poison Creeper really helps in group play. We got some strong players here. I find this to be a pretty fun event. Oh crap. I think there's a variety of classes here, I think.
I'm not ready yet.
Immobilize. This is pretty fun looking. Pretty fun to play this. But I think within each tier, it does kind of get to a point where it's like, well, why should I do it anymore, maybe? I don't know. What about that loot? Tether over here. Did I just gain another level? Damn, I just gained another level, bro. Oh yeah, I'm in a party. I'm gonna get more XP, not like before, but poison creepers, the bee's knees. Is there a random mob over here?
I'm not ready yet.
Boom! Group play is like fun, different. Nice group we got here.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's go. I'm finding like the rotations to feel very natural for me on this character, this class. Can't see my mouse, there's so much going on. I think we gotta kill these other guys first, maybe? Not sure, actually. I think everything's a little bit tougher than what it was before. I think the world bosses are tougher too. I mean, you know, relative to before the patch. Let's go. Give me some good loot. Look at all these frickin' yellows. Here's another leg. Thank you, team. We got a lot of loot here. Nice.
I appreciate that. Greetings.
Did I get... I got renowned for that? Thank you, guys. That was enjoyable gameplay. Look at all this stuff. Becoming injured while crowd control grants you unstoppable. Okay. Crit strike chance, lucky hit. +1 rank of pulverize. I lose attack speed. Oh boy, here's another bump. 547. Damage to close, core skill damage 10%. Lose willpower, which probably 10% might be 10%, I don't know. I just don't have enough, I'll have to wait. I just don't have enough Veil crystals to keep, like, changing the gear. $13 I think you have to actually complete it within the time frame. It's not just about getting in, I think. I just need 2 more anyway. Put this over here. I don't want to really do too much min-maxing on, you know, on the affixes. Damage to distant, damage to close, vulnerable damages, I think it's kind of a wash. Because I got a good heart in there. I don't know if there's any resource drains outside of the sigils. I actually don't know. But here's 5.5% increased resource generation. I have a rule for myself, when in doubt, throw out. I don't know why I'm holding all this stuff. Probably no reason to now. What do I want to go into next? After Poison Creeper's maxed? Ancestral Fortitude. This looks good. Defensive. Increase your non-physical resistances. And vigilance. 5% damage reduction for 6 seconds after using a defensive skill, which is Earthen Bulwark. And we're going to max vigilance. Nice and tanky. We're at 100,000 gold, so not bad. I think I should do some rolls on the obols. That's what I think I should do. The weapon I have right now is 297 item power. I think this is Garbo, the pants. And the helmet ain't so great either, but at least there's 4 maximum spirit. 31 life. What is my current HP is currently 532. So 10% would be 53. And over time, 30 plus 31 life is going to be worse and worse. I think I'm going to roll pants. What do those cost?
Yeah, have a wee gamble. Well, there's something special.
4% damage reduction from close enemies. Dex. Int. Resource generation. This is already probably better.
Not a bad pull, that.
Maybe I should just leave it there, because I'm just trying to reduce this so I don't overcap. And gem slots I don't care about right now. A little bit more armor. It's nothing like, nothing's gonna make a difference. What is this, a staff? 75?
Too bad, friend.
Damn it. What a waste of money. I went for it. This guy here, I might as well break down. What? I have another... Oh, did I... Huh? I have another point to spend? We're going to max out Vigilance. Damage reduction for 6 seconds after using Earthen Bulwark. We're at 2.5 hours in. It's 8:24. 9:24, 10:24 is 2 hours. 8:24. I'd like to get to level 27, to be honest. Those expire in 5 minutes. I can pretty much... Let's see, that's level 20. I can pretty much, like... I can go anywhere. Except there's just the strongholds I might be under leveled for. But I can go anywhere. Fractured Peaks, the first 3 are done. We're 980. I don't know when I'm... Like, I don't know if the way the game is structured. Should I go into World Tier 2? Or should I just keep doing this until I'm ready for the capstone? Is there a capstone from 2 to 3? I don't know if it's still good to stay in World Tier 1. I think World Tier 3 is probably going to be my goal, to get to World Tier 3 for the gear, and then gear up in World Tier 3 instead of just trying to jump into World Tier 4. I don't like, I don't think we should be, like, this game should be structured to where, you know, generally speaking, you move from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Or you can start at 2, of course, if you want. I gotta go do... Okay, so dry steps is going to be a thing. We got 3 strongholds and dry steps. Let's see what their difficulty is. 28. Is that dry steps? That sucks, Glenn. 28. 30. 45? Or was that Kazakhstan? Dry steps 30. Dry steps 28. Dry steps 28. So we can go work on this and then also get a skill point. Where's the I got to get to here. This waypoint. They still haven't fixed this. When they put this here, it doesn't tell me like the name of the aspect you get. I think I should jump over here and then waypoint. I don't know. I think I got to get over to here. Is this PvP area? I don't know why this is red. PvP? I just want this thing right here. Let me check their Twitch page. See if there's people in there already.
That. And then...
How come you can't go into their... Am I in the right Twitch page? Can't type stuff into their chat?
That.
They haven't started like a pre-stream thing or anything yet. Towley's playing Diablo 4. They aren't doing a good job promoting gamers besides IRL streamers. Let's see. You mean on Kick they're not doing a good job of promoting? I don't know. I mean, Kick is still in beta. So. I'm seeing, like, I'm just seeing a lot of new people, a lot of new streamers coming into Kick. Like, no names. You know, like new streamers coming into Kick. It's early, it's in beta. I'm not even gonna worry about, like, I don't care. Because for me, you know, I'm just done with Twitch. So, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Kick could go out of business, and it's no problem for me. You know what I mean? They could shut down, I don't care. Doesn't affect me anyway. I'll just stop streaming. Where... Diablo 4 has 2,462 viewers on the day 2 of the season. That's not, I mean, look at this. These are the games I follow. There's like, I mean, Path of Exile has 16 viewers on Kick. Black Desert 38. New World 88. Destiny 2 187. Just slots and just chatting. You know, that's what this is right now. You know, but is it going to be like this a year from now? Let's go low to high. These are all like a lot of these are new streamers coming in. And that's what I like to see. I want to see new streamers having a decision. Do I stream on Twitch or do I stream on Kick? You know what I mean? Quite a few, right? There's quite a few. Look at this. Here's Kick. It's quite a few people. A lot of new streamers are coming in. Oh, Zell is here today. The only thing that's keeping me going right now, Zell, is the fact that I'm playing Druid for the first time. And it's finding it kind of enjoyable to play the Druid. It felt like I'm just playing the same game. There's nothing really, you know. It's the Druid is kind of keeping me going for now. But I could quit at any time. A lot of new streamers are coming into Kick. That's the main thing. And I know there's like, you know, Twitch has been around for 12 plus years. You know? It's going to take a long time. Thank you guys for being on my channel. Appreciate it greatly. I mean, look how close we are really to the top if you think about it. You know, here on Kick. So anyone that's here, I do appreciate it. And this is not my main game either. There's people probably here that they stream this game every day. No matter what. Who knows? But thank you guys. I certainly don't want to be down here. You know what I mean? Let's go to the Big Daddy. 100,000 viewers right now. Quinn, Wujo, Rob, these are content creators. These are video makers. Which is nice to see. It's nice to see, you know, that. And you got King Galalathan, Mr. I'm going to go get those view botters. King, I'm going to go get those view botters, Galalathan. Quinn is going to drop this game so fast. Anything with PoE coming out, I guarantee you he will completely dump this game. Guaranteed. These are video makers. Really, these are, you know, these guys are hardcore Diablo video people. That's nice to see. Now let's go low to high. Like nee 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 do 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 do. One viewer, scrolling. One viewer, scrolling. Like, you know, do I want to be a new streamer on Twitch? Do I? No, I don't. Do 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 re da 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 da. Guys, we're still on one viewer. Are you seeing this? If I'm a new streamer, am I gonna like? This is Oblivion. it's complete. It's just, you are like, you're going nowhere. You come over here. Look, guys. Do 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 do. Lee. Go look. What the frick is this? We're on one viewer, guys. One viewer. It's actually 0. Yeah, absolutely. If you're 5 and less, just call yourself. If you're 5 and less, you're just your sister's watching or something. Guys, we're still on one viewer. Why would a new streamer come into Twitch? Why? Why? You're not going to make it. You're going to have to cheat. It's the only way. Guys, we finally got into 2 viewers on Twitch for Diablo 4. We're finally on 2 viewers. And there's probably some good streamers here. You know what I mean? There probably is. That's not the point I'm trying to make. If you have 2 viewers, it doesn't mean you're a bad streamer. It just means you're up against it. You're up against it. You ain't going to make it. I mean, you are in a place where there's just too many people. There's too many people streaming. So you want to talk, we're here like, look, there's still 1 viewers here. 1 and 2 viewers. Look at this. If you're going to why, if I'm a new streamer, I'm not coming to Twitch. No way. I don't, the platform's been around 12 years. I'm not streaming on this platform. No. I'll take my chances. I'll go to Kick, stream there, and start working, building community and on Kick. And then in any game, I mean, these streamers are going to come in and just dominate. What do you think is going to happen when Starfield comes out? All these streamers that have been around for 10 years are going to come in and take up all the slots on Starfield, on Twitch. They're going to come in and throw their weight around. There's not enough people right now on Kick to throw their weight around. So if I was a new streamer, I'd be starting on Kick, not this place. Look at this. And there's, like I said, there's probably some really good streamers here. Some really good streamers, but you'll just never know. You'll never be able to find them. There's just too many. We're at 2 viewers still. Did we finally hit 3 viewers? Here's someone I probably follow. This name here looks familiar. It's crazy. Forget it. Forget it. Yeah, Twitch is okay for new streamers. Yeah. You know what's good for new streamers? You're better off making videos on YouTube. And try to get in that way than streaming on Twitch. Don't waste your time streaming on Twitch. Try to build a YouTube guides and stuff. It's not a good place for new streamers. Absolutely not. Go to YouTube. Make guides. Try to get your name that way. It's a waste of time. I mean, if you want to stream, go ahead and stream. But you're wasting your time. I say go to YouTube first. Try to make your name there, then bring people over to Twitch. Even if you're good at a game, don't matter. We had when Fortnite came out, we had some of the best players in the world. Because of Bugga and Ninja, some of the best Fortnite players in the world start streaming on Twitch, and they are literally having mental breakdowns. They couldn't understand how they could be one of the best players in the world and get no viewers. They just don't understand. They couldn't deal with it. They're like, I'm one of the best players in the world. Why am I not getting viewers on Twitch for Fortnite? Because there's 1,000 of you. There's 5,000 of you. It's 8:41. Yeah, you filter out by toothpick. There you go. Exclusive the mullet. Yeah. I mean, you can, like, you got it, like, you can potentially get a new game and go all in on that new game. And you need to go full-time. You need to go stream. You need to make videos. You're going to have to really, you got to work all angles, and hope to get lucky, you know. But especially games where guides come in, you know, like look at Genshin Impact when it came out, all the quest guides. You're better off doing that than streaming the game. Make quest guides, get it on YouTube. Then come back in and stream. A stream wouldn't be a stream without Zell throwing in a zinger. This all started because Logan was talking about, like, it's David versus Goliath. You know what I mean? It's David versus Goliath. Anyone trying to go up against Twitch. Totally. I mean, I totally understand that. It is David versus Goliath. No question about it. But I just love the fact that Twitch is no longer, is less of a monopoly than they were before. Guys, I'm going to go jogging. I'm considering just leave the stream running. You guys want to stay and lurk and get your channel points? You know what I mean? And we're going to set up for a dev stream coming up. What do you think about that? I'll come in early. You know, I'll come in early before the dev stream starts. Starfield, yeah, but that's before the game launched, though. After the game launches, when you want to make your video guides for quest guides and stuff on Starfield. You can make a name for yourself. If you just start making video guides on Starfield and people start doing searches on Google on how to complete this quest, your video might come up. That's what I'll probably be doing. I'll be doing, I want to put equal time into YouTube on Starfield that I do on streaming. Because there'll be a lot of little videos you can make, just like with Fallout 4, when Fallout 4 came out. People do a Google search. Google brings up YouTube videos because they own YouTube. You know what I mean? So, totally. Yeah, you guys want to stick around. How's it going, Necro? Thanks for coming in. If you guys want to stick around and get your channel points, you can play sound alerts, that's fine. But I think it's a good idea for me to go jogging now. I'll just leave the stream running. And then I'll come back later and we'll cover the dev stream for Diablo 4. And have a few laughs. What do you think? Yeah, early, 5 minutes before the dev stream, yeah. No, we'll come in a little bit early. And then we'll, you know, we'll set up for the dev stream. We'll look at the forum post and stuff like that, okay? Let me exit the game. And bring up, let's see, do I got everything set up here? My screen just locked. Oh, okay, we're okay. I thought I was going to get that error again. Hello. Hello. Do we get the Fenris crash? Whew. Are we getting the Fenris crash out of frickin' Diablo? I think my computer locked up again. Something weird is happening here. Okay, it's kind of stabilizing a little. You guys can hear me, right? I did mine this morning. Yeah, I got to get the run in. And going early is great. Going early is great. Yeah, back in time. Yeah, we're gonna. I got the clock up and everything for when the dev stream starts. Okay. We'll come in early and then we'll set up for it. We okay now here? Here's we can look at the forum posts. Here's the channel on Twitch, category. Here's the setup for the stream. And hopefully it doesn't last more than an hour. Freaking boring streams. What are we talking about? The leeway recommend a channel? I don't know what that is. What's the leeway? Chat is empty, all is fapping. What? I don't know what you mean, Gail. Okay, so I'll just leave it there, turn the mic off, and then I'm gonna go take care of some things and come back later. I'll just let it run. It's like we did yesterday for the season start. Oh, it's no harm, no harm. I don't know what you got. I don't know what did it say? What? I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't know what Gail was referring to. I don't know what the leeway is. Is that oh, that's a streamer that's recommended on Twitch. A titty streamer or something? I told you guys, like, I'm not going to kick to explore new opportunities. I literally wanted out of Twitch. First and foremost, I want out of Twitch. So I did what I said I was going to do. Did what I said I was going to do. Alright guys, I'll be back later, okay? I'll just let the stream run. I can go get ready to go get my jog on, okay? I'll check up, I'll come up in here, just check a little bit once in a while, see if everything's going okay. Get your channel points. Yeah, this is fitness and health. I should stream while I'm jogging, you know. Be one of those kind of people. Alright, I'll be back. And I'll read all the chat when I can. I told you I'd be here early. See, do I have the countdown here in this channel? Boom! Just like that. Hey now. Well, we have another campfire dev stream coming up today. I wonder what kind of great information they're going to be giving us. What nuggets of wisdom are they going to tell us today that's going to motivate everyone that this game is actually okay? Let's take a look at their initial press release. Right here. Look at these three fine young gentlemen. Tune into the season of the malignant campfire chat. So you know what campfire means. It means it's casual. They're going to let their hair down. There's not much there to let down. It's very short. On July 18th, we released patch 1.1 for Diablo 4. Since then, we received valuable feedback from the community regarding the changes it implemented. We wanted to take the opportunity to address the feedback directly during the season of the Malignant. Why? Why do they need to do this? If you're so confident, I mean, okay, fine. But, like, Joint Game Director Joe Shelley, Associate Game Director Joe Piora, Associate Game Director Adam Fletcher, 11 a.m., which is coming up soon. The team will discuss the feedback and detail what's on the horizon for Diablo 4. Now, what do they mean by that? Do you mean on the horizon for what they're going to do as fixes or whatever during the season, or new things in the future? What's coming in the future? Are you going to revamp the entire night end game? The Nightmare Dungeon system, which is brutally bad, in my opinion. Are you going to add 600 pieces of new gear in the future at endgame, depending upon your level and other factors? No? Then I don't really give a rat's ass what you do, because the endgame is really bad, in my opinion. Oh, Rod Ferguson, there's no cookies. No cookies. No Rod to come in and interrupt everyone, although I do think sometimes he needs to do that. He's a master of ceremonies. This is available on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to go ahead and watch it on Twitch. My old stomping ground. I used to stream on Twitch, guys. Ah, the memories. Gee, I wish I would have known you could view bot and get away with it. I would have done that years ago. They actually want you to view bot on Twitch. If I would have known, why, what an idiot for me to be such a Boy Scout. I should have started viewbotting like years ago and paid for it and, you know, got famous like all these other streamers that viewbotted to get famous. What a stupid idiot I am by not taking advantage of the fact that Twitch loves cheaters. But we're gonna go ahead and watch the stream here on this old clunky old platform. Is Tally still alive? Okay, so there's the announcement. It's never too late. Yeah. The 500 that I spent on Ashes of Creation, I should have spent on viewbots. I didn't know they don't care. I didn't know they actually like it. Stupid me. We are on a new platform now called Kick. We are here in the ground floor. It's in beta. Thank you guys for being here. We had a Diablo gameplay stream this morning. We took a break. I left the stream running. And we're back for the dev stream. Well, we cover dev streams here. I firmly believe we do it better than anyone else. We don't just watch it. We watch it, we talk about it, we analyze it. We see if it makes a difference for anyone in any way, shape, or form. There are a whole bunch of games coming out this year and next. And you better have your act together, because other games are coming out post-COVID world. And if you aren't hitting a home run, we'll just go to a different ballpark. And that's exactly what's going to happen with this game if they don't get it right. Now, get it right is a little bit subjective, but nevertheless. Speaking of class imbalance, Moonraven posted a video today of he's doing Barb in season, and instead of spending 10 hours a day on the forums, he's working. He's working the game. Diablo 4 Season 1, Bleedthorn Barb, Turdulra Boss Annihilation 8-second kill. Huh? On a Barb? No one's playing a Barb. This Barb is trash in Season 1. Let's watch the video. Did you blink? Barb, bleed, thorn. That's not so bad, isn't it? Now, I don't know if you can bring this back to Eternal and make it do the same thing, but who cares? No one cares about Eternal anymore. Apparently. Bleed, thorn. Now, Moonraven doesn't make build guides. This is not a build guide. This is just a demonstration. You know what I mean? He doesn't come back in here and say, hey, let me show you my build. He could, and I'll tell you, he's going to get some traction on his channel, if he does. This is the kind of stuff people are looking for. What's so bad about this? Everyone's just like, they're not taking the time to work into the season, work your character, find what works. They're all on the forums. 30 minutes will probably start a countdown early. And part of the fun for me is looking at the chat during the stream. That's why we chose Twitch over YouTube, because the chat is more fun here. We will watch this stream and we will talk about it afterwards and see if there's anything worth talking about. Sometimes people are posting stuff in here that's just trolling. Some people say it's the best season when they actually mean the opposite. So, they're just trying to destroy the forums. Depends on who it is. Walk back on defensive nerfs? Well, I don't know what class they're talking about. But my druid could do hardcore right now. And it's my first time playing a druid. Final warning on your upcoming campfire chat. The hell is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? You have done such a terrible job. This is 20 hours ago, which on the internet means it's basically 3 months ago. So it's a terrible job of shepherding this AAA legacy IP. Whoop, 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 whoop. Nice. 29. Wow, they're starting early. Well, they have slow mode. And you know what's funny? They only have 139,000 followers. They only have 139,000 followers, which is kind of weird, you know. Now you still have a chance to salvage the sinking ship tomorrow during your campfire chat. Do not give excuses. Do not blame others. Excuses for what? We expect you to apologize for what? The patch? So if they reverse the patch, is everyone going to be happy again? Do you see what I'm saying? Finally, we expect you to resolve issues in a positive gameplay. Like who are you? Your soulless cash grab won't survive if you don't answer your paying customer. We are furious. This is your fun. Like, do you work or are you on welfare? That gives you like, go get a job. Now, I'm not going to totally disagree. I mean, I just told you what I think the main problems of this game are. It's not the patch. Necessarily. Now, depending upon your class you're playing, maybe did they overdo something with your class and you have to change? I don't know. My problems with this game is not that patch. And if they reverse the patch, all right, so is everyone going to be happy now? You going to be happy? No. The forum is 95% negative before the patch. 95% negative after the patch. It hasn't changed anything. Look at all the white knights for this forum poster. What is it you want? What is it you want, Mr. Thread Creator? Why don't you talk? Why don't, like, you haven't done anything to say what they did wrong and what they need to do. Nothing. You just tell them to apologize. Resolve it. Why don't you name the issues that you're having? You're not, this post does nothing. Nothing. Your soulless cash grab won't survive if you don't answer? What do you, like, what is your problem? List the problem and tell them what the solutions are. That's not feedback. What? There's no feedback in there. Yeah, it sounds like Twitter. Hide behind your keyboard. Yeah. Hide behind your keyboard in your mom's basement. I get a job. I'm telling you, I think half these people are on frickin' welfare. Not that there's anything wrong with it. We all need a helping hand once in a while in life. They're not going to do any of those things because they don't admit there's a problem. There's some places where maybe that's true. Guys, we're only 25 minutes away. It's going to go like this. Or what? What are you going to do when they don't apologize? Yeah. Don't feed it. It's a troll account. 1% of the population is angry, and the other 99% have no idea there's even an issue. Season 1, guys. Barb. The class that got destroyed the most. Season 1. Stronghold boss. It's not quick enough. It's not quick enough. Why did you nerf the barb? That took too long. Not going to give this forum thread any more visibility. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing that's made it easier for me, better for me, is the fact that I'm playing a druid now. My problem's going to be at like when Nightmare Dungeons start. I'm going to end up just dropping it. They're just miserable. There's very little gear to chase there. As you level up. And are they making it really that much harder to level now after 50? That's going to be a killer too. There are some things they need to answer to today. But they need some longer term answers too. What are you going to do about in-game longer term? Okay, I mean, there's already 3,000 people waiting. Yeah, I don't know. Thorn, bleed. It's a barb that everyone's been saying is dead now. But apparently it's not dead. Go with the meta. Right, Zell? Every season has a meta. It looks to me like this is going to be a highly anticipated campfire. People keep saying Barb needs nerf, and they're just being facetious. People are saying, are they going to spend the first half of the stream promoting Diablo Immortal? Yeah, because look at the buffs they did. They increased the physical over time. So they gave you buffs. So go where the water flows, right? They gave you buffs. If Moonraven, like Moonraven doesn't work for Max Roll or those other sites getting paid huge money to make build guides. Look at what Moonraven did. You know what I'm saying? What are these scrubs doing over there? These making all this money, getting promoted by Blizzard, because they're nice. They'll be nice to Blizzard. Did you know what I typed into this channel earlier today? Into that Twitch channel? I actually typed in there that I'm doing full dev stream coverage on my Kick channel. No ads. I actually typed that in there. And I didn't get banned. I want to get kicked out so bad. So bad. Thank you for the follow, Just John. Appreciate that. I think I know John from Twitter. Thank you. Oh, I got a tweet again that we're doing the dev stream coverage. You just reminded me. Look, nobody's talking about that bill, literally. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like these guys are getting paid huge money. Wujo and these guys are getting countless thousands of viewers. And, like Moonraven comes in here and, like, you know, hold my beer, you know. Hold my...
I've fallen, and I can't get up!
Moonraven comes in and is like, hold my thorns. You know what I'm saying? John just reminded me to tweet. Oops. What was that? Where is, where's frickin' Twitter, dude? Diablo 4 dev stream coverage. Dev stream coverage now. Only on Kick. I love it. We're gonna, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna show that video, Moonraven video. That's the song we should play while Moonraven is melting that boss. With his barb. "18 minutes. The way this works, in case you're new to the channel, we have years, months, weeks of experience covering dev streams. You're in good hands here. My first dev stream coverage was early 2017. When Cryptic gave a dev stream. And I don't know how many people were in there, but it was a defining moment. That dev stream, my first dev stream coverage was a defining moment. That's when they talked about how they're diverting resources away from Neverwinter and going to and putting it into a new game. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to talk about today. I'm less concerned about the patch and more concerned about the future of the game on a high level. What are your plans at a high level for this game? We're also interested in how many people are watching them. We look at those metrics, see if there's interest there. A lot of people have been waiting years for this game. Even Towley, you know, he's probably been waiting 15 years for this game. Towley, based on what other games he's been waiting for. You know. There's a lot on the line here. There's a lot of people have been waiting for this. In terms of like America, like, you know what I mean? America. These PvE games, we're looking at Diablo 4 and we're looking at Starfield. Okay? So we got, as far as I'm concerned, there's only 2 games that exist in this universe right now in America. That's Diablo 4 and that's Starfield coming up. These games have got to be successful, guys. And I know there's other countries in the world. You know what I'm saying? I know. And I know what everyone thinks of Americans. That we just think we're the greatest in God, you know, on God's earth. I know people think that, but I don't agree with that. I never bring up the fact that we saved the world at World War I and World War II. I never bring that up, ever. Do I? No, I never do. Okay, they got 8,000 viewers. That's right. All you people in these other countries, you're like, we're just waiting. The clock is ticking on you guys over there, you frickin' Yankees. Your time is coming. We're preparing. Wow, someone did have their message deleted by a moderator. I don't know if that was automated or not. Yeah, okay, so anyone's coming in now, just let you know. Campfire chat. 3 people. The team will discuss the feedback we receive. Guys, like, do I have to be the one to say it? Where's the diversity? Game director Joe, Shelley, Joe, Pierre, Fletcher. Hey, you know, just like saying. Feedback we receive from the community on the patch and detail. This is what I care about. Like, what do you mean, what's on the horizon? Like, what? What do you mean? Like, for the current season, the patch? Or what's on the horizon long term for this game? That's going to make me want to play it in-game. This game is fun. And then in-game, it becomes like, you know, the razor blades come out at in-game. You know what I mean? And guys, just remember, sometimes I make a lot of commentary, but it's just a joke. It's tongue-in-cheek, okay? I'm your goofy uncle. You know what I mean? That just says stuff. Back to World War Champs. Yeah, I think it's already been done. We just don't know it. How about some diversity hires over there? Huh? All I see are males. Where's the lady? Or the... I don't know what to do anymore. We need someone that identifies as a she, her in this frickin' thing. What the hell's going on here? Okay, let's keep an eye on the chat here. There are 9,600 viewers. The stream has been up 17 minutes. There's obviously great anticipation. Thank you guys for coming into my stream. No one knows how to cover dev streams like we do here. Those of you who have been around a long time do know that. Everything will be fixed. That's right. Don't worry. Everything will be good in Season 2. Make sure to get that Battle Pass for Season 2. That's when you're going to be buying your storage. I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time. They're going to the Season Pass is going to give you a storage tab. And then you want another one, there'll be another one on the pay track. Make the game good first, and I don't care if they do that. Just make the game good. Make the game good. $11 minutes. Barbs are trash, guys, in Season 1. Utter trash. Renowned Season 2. You know, I was born on the East Coast. You guys are aware of that, right? I did lose my accent. I mean, you know, when you come here when you're 6 years old, you do tend to lose your accent. That's a Thornbleed barb. Booba. Thanks, guys, for sticking around today. Helena, the usuals here. In the future, we'll be handing out tags to people. OG tags, VIP tags. We'll eventually get that out there. We're just going in raw here for a while on Kick. I don't need moderators. Look what someone's saying. Bring the Crusader class. They do need new classes. Besides the endgame issues I have, they better be working on new classes. But you're going to pay for it. You think you're getting that for free? It's going to come with expansion. SAC management. Did you see that? SAC management. Okay. Let's see how divorced this company is from the community when the stream starts. 12,000 viewers, not bad on a Friday. I didn't check YouTube to see how many they have there. You have been assimilated, that's right. Yeah, we need, and I haven't even put any badges up. I put one badge up. Like one sub badge, and that's it. Or, yeah, I don't know if it's an emote or sub badge. Oh, God, 7 minutes already. Let me get my, we always take notes during the stream. We review them afterwards, and then we provide commentary with your help in chat. This is what we do. Even when I stream gameplay, it's effectively a quasi-talk show. Those of you who have been around know that and understand the deal. I do appreciate everyone's patronage on this channel. You are special people. You know quality when you see it. Can I get a cough in the chat? Pronouns before they start. Yeah. Oh, Riddler's here. What's up? Oh, we're here for the shit show. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. Scrapping Nightmare Dungeons would be a great start. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, you know, I've played this game enough now. My biggest problem with this game is I was asking for the cough. Can anyone play the cough? Come on. It's too late now. Forget the cough. Yeah, we guys, the hemp suit's ready. Do they mention Diablo Immortal during the stream? That would be funny. If they say, oh, by the way, guys, we did launch the new class Diablo Immortal. Look. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you lose. Yeah, they don't care about the players. I mean, I'm trying to picture myself as a dev for this game. You're just a little cubicle. You're a little, you know, you're just taking like it's like a little ant colony. Who is making the big decisions here? I think, you know who I think's making the decisions? The bean counters are making the decisions. That's who I think's making the decisions. The bean counters. Oh, I got to get James Dean over too. Oh my God, I got work to do. Yeah, we got a couple. So we'll get some more sound alerts over. You're tearing me apart. We're gonna need a bigger bone. That's a good one too. Yeah, we'll work on that chop. I could put video with the sound too. You know, I could have Benny Hill running around, like on screen when you play the sound. And for the Titanic,
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
We don't need any video for the Titanic. All you got to do is watch the stream. That's my stream. It's a frickin' Titanic. Rumble? Rumble? That right wing frickin'... Those people over there, Rumble, that want to make America great again? How dare you? How dare you? Okay, we're almost there. 4 minutes. They have 17,000 viewers. That's pretty good. I think they're going to be way under what they had on the first campfire. I think you do have some people that are pretty much probably have already don't care anymore, you know. They're still getting good viewership on Twitch for the game because you got like you got a large group of streamers that are like they're gonna Asmongold or who these people, Quinn, they're gonna milk this game. Streamers are gonna do what streamers are gonna do. They're gonna milk this game until PoE League comes out or PoE 2. They will drop this game in a heartbeat. They don't care. Crip will go back to Hearthstone. They will drop this game in a literal heartbeat. For the next shiny thing to get more views, more people in, and make more money. Now, the dedicated Diablo streamers, which is very nice to see, they're going to be here. They'll be here in the future. I'm glad to see that they've been successful. I really, really hope Starfield is good. You know, I like Diablo, but like I like ARPGs in small doses. I can't play this all day. I like it in small doses. I hope Starfield is good. That's what I'm banking on, and yeah, that's the hill I'm gonna die on or live on is Starfield. At least until, you know... Oh. Turn that off. People milk that 2 sub, that's right. That's all they do. I mean, most of these streamers on Twitch, you think they have your interest? No, they have their own interest at heart. Towley's the frickin' jumps anywhere where there's action, Towley's jumping to. He wants early retirement, is exactly what he's gonna get. I am on Kick, streaming this. I am here on Kick for better or for worse. I'm not going back to Twitch unless they allow you to simulcast. Ban me, Twitch, I dare you. The Battle Pass armor, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the cosmetics. What happened to the primal mount? Does it even does it look unique relative to like any other mount? I don't know. I need to see, like, I need to see actually someone riding around in it. Wow, look at the slow mode. Wow. I can't say anything again for a 1 minute and 14 seconds. Gender inclusivity stream. The LGBTQDDD XYZ and oh dear me. Look at these cooldowns. You want to talk about cooldowns in frickin' Diablo? Look at the Twitch cooldowns. Oh, it's taller? Okay. I don't know. Was it worth 2 gifted? Well, I think a lot of people did 2 gifted just to support the streamer. Some of you guys did that for me. I appreciate it. Considering I've got to have the cheapest frickin' viewers in the history of streaming. But, you know. I want you to be cheap. Don't waste your money on streamers. You guys won't even spend money on your frickin' your sound alerts. You're a bunch of frickin' cheapskates. What are you gonna be, a god or something with all the channel points? The frickin' gods? You're hoarding your frickin' channel points. You're a bunch of freaks. This thing should start. Like now. 28,000 viewers. I think they had, what, 90,000? Or what did they have on the last stream? We'll get the volume right here as soon as they start. I want to see an actual campfire, is what I want to see. Oh, there's a new ASO class. Man. ESO. Like, I don't know what's going on. I think ESO... I have no compunction to want to play ESO again. Yeah, you guys are hoarding your frickin' channel points. Jesus. Spend a little, live a little. Not now, though. Yeah, don't do that. I think you guys are just being polite. To get attention because they launched a new class. Yeah, it's... No one... Everyone's just talking about Diablo. It's drowning out every other game. Bad timing and... What the hell is that? What was that? Where did that saxophone come? Where did the sax come from? What'd Riddler say? Gifted subscription. Wait, whoa. What was that noise I just heard? He gifted a sub and that was the sound alert? Are you serious? I apologize for that sound alert. Did it give a graphical? Did it give a visual? What was that terrible sound alert? That's like from some cheap porn in the 70s. Where the girls don't shave. You know, like a frickin' gardening show or something. The bush is so big. The kids won't understand what I'm talking about. Did Riddler actually gift a sub? Did it say it in the chat? I don't even see it in the chat. Oh, it does. It's that noise. Thank you. Riddler. That's insane. We're gonna get verified on frickin' He gifted to Zalento, Schlichty, Buns, Moonraven, login, thank you. Anyone that's here lurking, you don't have to say nothing in chat. You don't have to say nothing. I love lurkers. Don't worry about it. I protect lurkers. Thanks, Riddler.
But I cannot do this alone.
I gotta change that music. The freaking 70s porn music.
My strength is dwindling.
I'm picturing glass on all the walls. You know. Shag carpet, green shag carpet.
I need you.
Red velvet drapes. Thank you for that, Riddler.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 campfire chat. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the associate.
Wow, they're more serious this time.
Here for Diablo. I'm joined here by Joe Shelley, game director of Diablo 4.
They look so
and
serious.
Joe Pipora, the associate game director for Diablo 4. We have a lot to talk about today. Obviously, we have this campfire chat because we do want to talk about the patch that just released this past week, which is patch 1.10. We've seen a ton of feedback. We've heard a lot of feedback. And so we do want to go through, you know, a lot of the points of feedback that we've been hearing and at the same time the patch itself.
End game.
The biggest thing that, you know, to kind of like kick us off here, I think we want to, you know, obviously acknowledge everyone's feedback in regards to reducing player power. We know it is bad. We know it is not fun. And it's something that, you know, we ourselves know that it's not the greatest play experience for players out there. We do want to explain why we ended up doing it within the actual patch. And then, of course, we also want to talk about like what we were trying to achieve specifically with this patch and with the changes that players ended up seeing. And then separately, we do want to also talk about how we don't plan on doing a patch like this ever again. We have most definitely heard the feedback from the players on that front, and we do want to talk a little bit about, you know, our philosophy.
That's what he said.
Our own internal statements that we're setting for ourselves for future updates.
Is the sound okay?
Itself. And then, of course, we do want to also talk about how we can talk better and communicate with the community better in regards to
I'm having fun
and updates coming to the game and what we can do to improve on that.
You pussies.
So I know that the first thing we do want to talk about, though, as I said, was talking about, you know, why we ended up doing this in this patch. And I do want to throw it over to Mr. Joe Pipor over here to talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. So I know that we've talked on stream before about our intentions for Diablo 4 being a game about choice, and part of that is ensuring that the various class options feel that they've got a place in the meta experience, and that kind of goes to some of the changes we made in 1.1. Now, Adam already called out that we've heard the feedback with regard to the patch, and we know that reducing player power is never a good experience in general. And I want to talk through sort of some of the things that brought us to where we are today in terms of decisions we were making and why. So a few of the really big changes that were made as part of 1.1. First, really, I guess to cooldown reduction. We changed the amount of CDR that players can get as part of in the affix ranges and items that are rolling for them as they're going through the experience. CDR is one of the, if not the most powerful stat in many ways in Diablo 4.
It is.
And the reason for it is obvious. When you're able to get CDR to a certain point and using certain class mechanisms, you're able to get effectively instantaneous active
This is a part of a long YouTube VOD stream that's running right now.
Resource, can give you unlimited movement speed, give you unlimited damage resist, and it begins to dwarf the effectiveness of other options when you can start trying to take these things into account. Now, we know that blasting through content with those things is really fun, so it feels really, really painful to have to take some of those things away.
Stop watching the streamers. I agree.
The idea. That was the original thinking for these sorts of bits. One of the reasons why we think that these builds are very prevalent at the moment is based upon the nature of some of the endgame content we have in Diablo 4. In particular, thinking about Nightmare Dungeons, especially.
What about them?
The reality is that Nightmare Dungeons are dramatically overtuned from where they actually need to be based upon the place they fill in, the role they fill in the game itself. So tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons are excruciatingly difficult for most players most classes to be able to actually get through.
That's okay.
As a result, it begins to kind of winnow the opportunities and options that players have when they begin to engage with content at that tier, such that you really do you need to lean on very, very specific builds, very specific setups, with access to things like near instantaneous cooldowns for some skills, in an effort to actually make it through those spaces. And that was never really the intent of that content. And we see that, right? Players are using Nightmare Dungeons as ways to kind of level up their glyphs, ways for them to gain experience and loot as they're progressing up. It's largely like a level up system you're progressing with once you get into World 2.
It's the core of the game.
But they've taken on an outsized role as sort of this new end game chase opportunity for players who are looking to really challenge themselves. And we love that we want that kind of content and want that experience for those players. And we feel like we have done a reasonably good job of that with Uber Lilith in the game. But we don't feel that tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons fulfill the same role at all. Just the nature of the content type doesn't actually work well as that kind of pushing opportunity. So one thing we actually plan on doing, and we'd hope to get out as part of this release, we're going to get out very, very soon, is we're making a reduction in the difficulty of some aspects of Nightmare Dungeons. And the goal here is to say that we think that roughly where you are with a Nightmare Dungeon tier 70, that's kind of where we actually want the difficulty to be for a tier 100 as players are going through the experience. So there's still a thing to push for, but it's more reasonable. And as part of this exchange,
100 is going to be like 70.
Kind of blasting and pushing hard for these sorts of things. They feel like big achievements. We are going to be looking at creating a new content type, a new endgame content type. It's going to be more directly meant to address those sorts of players and give people more things to chase. That's part of the commitment to the live services, to make sure that we're always adding
new endgame content type
like this for players to go and try to kind of chase after, to kind of maximize and use their builds in fun and interesting ways.
This is huge.
That's another really big thing. Next, we made a number of changes to the sorceress skill, sorceress builds in general, that sort of ended up having a net impact of really reducing their effectiveness with some of their most powerful builds at the moment. And the goal at the time was to try to bring their builds back in line with one another, so that we could start trying to bring everything up at once, as opposed to having these things as they are. And this actually leads to a really good conversation about the idea of balance in general. I said before that Diablo 4 is a game that is about choice, and that remains our goal.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
It's our guiding light. We're trying to make decisions on balance and design in general. And sometimes we don't always get it quite right, And I think that we see that with some builds that are just simply not performing to the level they need to be because they just don't have the right interactions with the kind of content or skills that you actually really want to use to get through the game. This is an example of like when we're thinking about our goals in terms of creating this balanced experience where there's lots of interesting choices for players to engage with. We cannot make balanced decisions without kind of accounting for the way that players are going to feel about those things who are playing those classes. Like if our goal is to create an ultimately balanced experience, without regard for how much fun the player's having as part of that exchange, that's ultimately that would be like a failure on our part to not kind of think about things. So we have plans that I know that we're going to talk about a little bit later to kind of address this more clearly. But understand that we've heard this and we have plans in the very near future to address these sorts of things. Another bit that speaks to this is the change that was made for vulnerable damage. Now, I think that there are a lot of players in the community who like kind of dove deep into a lot of our systems in Diablo 4 and kind of see that vulnerable damage is a really outsized role that it plays in terms of a lot of build making. To the point where it feels that you'll get to certain parts of content and creatures sort of need to be vulnerable in order for you to feel that you need to that you can damage them. This is something that we're very aware of, and we made a reduction as part of the 1.1 build that reduced player damage in general because most players rely on many builds, I should say, rely on vulnerable damage to deal to kind of spike in lots of different kinds of content.
Thanks, Helena.
This is.
Is it not loud enough?
We also need to talk about. Vulnerable damage is far more potent right now than we actually want it to be in general across the game. I think I've talked about this before, and we need to make a number of. We need to kind of bring these things back in line. But this is a more complicated conversation than simply just saying we can take a bonus damage to vulnerable creatures number and reduce it by 40% in terms of the amount of damage you can accrue across different sources. And have that be the way that we solve this problem. Really, I think we all know that the ultimate problem with damage to vulnerable creatures is the fact that
my desktop audio is almost in the red. Almost in the red.
On its own. Like this is the reason why the stat plays such an outsized role in a lot of player builds. We're going to need to move that to an additive place, but we can't do that without making a number of other adjustments to critical strike damage, to the way that overpower damage is both calculated and dealt to creatures, and the availability of these things across various builds. There's lots of builds that rely on vulnerable, and they're balanced around the idea that the damage is also multiplicative. So a number of their balance and tuning changes will need to be made in order to be able to bring vulnerable back in line with some of the other options we have out there. So this is how we're kind of thinking about these things moving forward. We want to start trying to be a little more inclusive of all of these decisions when we begin considering which of these balance adjustments we want to make, rather than being in this iterative place where we're making small adjustments to a number of different things along the way with an end goal in mind of where we actually eventually want to be. We want to be trying to consider what the experience is going to be like from moment to moment, rather from update to update and release to release.
This is the kind of stream I expect from them.
So while we do believe that having our season roll gives us the opportunity to kind of reset our meta,
no goofing around,
things that obviously has an impact on eternal players, the way that they kind of perceive the characters they're still playing in that space, and it can be disruptive for players who found a particular playstyle that they're really excited about. So I know that Joe, you're going to talk about some of these things in a minute. So this is an awkward handoff, but I just want to make it really.
I'm going into the red.
I'm sorry, but I want people to understand that we do hear the things that they're saying. We do plan on making changes in the near future, and just kind of thinking philosophically about how we want to address these things moving forward. And with that, I guess Joe, would you like to chat about your thinking?
Yeah. So, I think it's a great point.
So somber.
A great lead in here. We want, as Adam mentioned, we want to talk about. We kind of talked a little bit about how we got here. We want to talk about what we're going to do about that. I mean, I think one of the really good points you made is like, vulnerable is, for example, vulnerable is like a must-take stat, right? And it would be better if it wasn't a must-take stat.
But more of a build option.
The game will be better when that's the case. Mm-hmm. But if along the way to getting to that, the game is less fun, then we're not fulfilling our obligation to players, right?
That's right.
So I want to talk about our mission statement for the live game. And I think we have yeah, perfect. So there are four parts to this. We're going to start with the first part. We want the live game to always have a wide variety of viable builds to discover, to put together, to acquire the items for, and to optimize across all 5 of our classes. Second point. Every season should introduce new items and powers that keep the game fresh and increase build variety. Moving on to the third point, the live game should also have continually evolving end-game content. And that content needs to have high monster density for powerful builds to mow down.
Yes.
And it needs to have activities that challenge your build. And, you know, you were just talking about how while Nightmare Dungeons, I'll get to the fourth point in a second. While Nightmare Dungeons are technically challenging your build, they're challenging your build in some ways that are not very fun, right?
Yep.
Like
bingo,
being CC'd all the time.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Going through 20 tiers of Nightmare Dungeons where every monster can one-shot you, and then if you get clipped by one bit of chill, you're permanently snared, right? Or not completely frozen. Like these are not things that the Nightmare Dungeons system is doing particularly well right now in terms of making challenging content.
It's terrible.
Right. Yeah. So I think that's why it's so important.
Redo it.
Your call out that we plan to introduce additional content that fulfills that.
Yes.
That part of the mission statement.
Yes.
To challenge your
Yes. Now get to gear. Get to gear.
Go back to the screen. I got kind of sidetracked, but I think it was really important. And of course, ultimately, what we're trying to do is make the game more fun for players. Right? Players are at the heart of everything that we're doing.
Did they watch my stream or something with my feedback?
We're not making the game. If players can't believe that as the game evolves, it will get more fun, then we're not accomplishing our goals either, right? And so the other point I want to go to here is a change that, Adam was talking about. How do we make sure that the next time we do a patch, we don't have, this doesn't happen, right? Yep. And so I want to talk about we call it a key process improvement. That's like a weird jargon term. A change that we're making that will help us avoid this situation. So I think we have a slide for this. When we make, and this goes, again, this is right along what you were saying here. When we make changes to increase build diversity, our goal, going back to the mission statement, is we want to have a wide variety of viable builds, right? So when we make changes that have the ultimate
bring up
aim
the
of
weak instead of bringing down the strong.
We need to pair those changes with compelling alternatives, and that means that there are some builds that
Diablo's going to get a lot easier,
and we can't nerf those overpowered builds without providing compelling alternatives for players to pursue.
That's right. It means that things like when we identify that there are a few individual like meta builds or stats that are like really powerful within preseason or within a season, that until we have created those other options and redesigned things around the nature of these and made sure that we've lifted up other options and brought everything in line, we're not going to move on those changes.
Diablo's going to get a lot easier.
There's going to be always situations where there are extraordinary outliers, that we're going to want. They're usually relying on like actual bugs that we need to address. But when it comes to like trying to bring things back in line with one another, we want to be able to make sure that we're doing those. When we make those decisions, we have a bevy of other options and alternatives available for players to engage at the same time. So if players see this taking like a toy away, that we're giving lots of other toys or lifting up other toys, to make them more viable as part of the exchange.
Yeah, and that those toys are equally exciting.
Yes.
So let's go to the second point of this here. When we make changes like this, it's important for us to make them at predictable times, and Adam's going to talk a little bit more about our communication strategy here in a bit. The start of a season is an especially good time for meta changes to happen because there's a big refresh, everyone is rolling new characters, and there's new seasonal content. Right? And changes like that will also appear in Eternal at the same time. And the third point here, as Joe alluded to, there are certain situations. We saw a case where we had a skill that could do 10 to the 37 damage. In cases like that where the damage is literally breaking the game or crashing the servers, we'll still react to those situations.
I think they're going to be making changes to the SORC.
In terms of allowing builds to be overpowered. And I think,
I don't think they. I think maybe they'll go into more detail.
For, to recognize and state is that ultimately ARPGs, or some people call them hack and slash games, are about power fantasy, right? And they're about us inviting players to break the game to some extent, not to crash. Like, there are lots of ways to interpret the word break, but and find fun toys that we've made, do crazy things with them, and we need to make sure that we aren't trying to punish players for doing that. Like, because ultimately that's the playground we built. That's like that we built a game that's like, go find crazy stuff, and we need to make sure that when players take that invitation, that we're not punishing them for that.
That's right. Yeah, and I know when we were talking about at least the Nightmare Dungeon stuff beforehand, and we can go into it in a little bit more detail once we get to the stuff that might be coming down the pipe here. The one thing I think that I wanted to really highlight on was, obviously we did this patch and we made these changes and we brought character power down, player power down, essentially. That in itself was also supposed to be paired with these Nightmare Dungeon changes that where Joe was actually talking about earlier, and it's something that we've learned throughout this process is, as you guys were talking about, that we have ultimate visions for something that is further down the line, and doing that all together at once during those moments, as opposed to doing them over time and whatnot, just leads to a better experience overall for players. And that's something that we most definitely will be doing as we build out future updates and patches and so forth. Of course, a key component to this is how we communicate to players, and there is been a lot of feedback in regards to hey, it would have been great if we knew some of these changes were coming down the pipe, and it's a hefty amount of patch notes. We could have digested this over a few days beforehand or a week beforehand. So one thing we do want to commit to right now is that we do plan on going forward always providing patch notes and communicating these patch notes through streams like this, through campfire chats or developer update live streams beforehand, well beforehand, at least a week before the actual update hits. And no matter state, because I know sometimes we're still trying to maybe potentially squeeze in a few different things into patch notes and stuff like that up until the last second, just on the nature of production of how we are. But I will say we do plan on sharing those no matter what to the community going forward, and from here on out through a stream or written through blog or something like that beforehand, well beforehand, before players can actually get into game and actually try it out on their end. So at least we can hear feedback and you guys can actually digest the information beforehand. In fact, we do actually have, of course, future updates here that we do want to talk about here really quickly. But one thing that we will commit to right now is that next Friday, so exactly 1 week from now, we'll be back on a live stream, because we'll start with that live stream where we will be talking about our next patch that will be coming to Diablo 4. We'll talk a little bit about some of the details here, but we'll go into more detail next Friday specifically. But we will be back on here to kind of go through the whole entire patch notes with everyone beforehand, so everyone has a better expectation of what they're going to be seeing in the actual update, and they can talk to us through chat, through dev,
big update coming,
through social media, through Reddit, through our forums, etc. beforehand, before the actual patch hits. So we will get times and remind everyone, of course, throughout the week that we will have another campfire chat to talk about patch 111, since we just shipped 110, 111.
I agree, Moonraven.
But we do want to talk a little bit about patch 111 today, just because there are some items that we are aware of that we know will be of interest to players, specifically when it comes to things that they've been asking for, and at least it gives you guys a little bit of an early preview of some stuff that's coming down the road. I think one big thing that everyone has been kind of talking about as of late from this current patch is like some of the sorcerer and barbarian items and stuff like that, and how we've obviously tuned a lot of classes down, and there's questions of like, hey, is there any changes in the future for those two?
Yeah, we're taking a long look at a lot of the sorceress and barbarian aspects that aren't being like utilized very well right now, and trying to lift a lot of those back up. So there's going to be a wide range of like legendary power and unique item improvements for these classes in particular. We're taking a look at a lot of things, but we're really honing in specifically on sorceress first, and then also getting a lot of barbarian updates in there at the same time. And this is for 1.1.1.
Correct.
So the very next patch and cycle.
Yeah, and we expect that patch. Obviously, if we're having a live stream now, next Friday, we expect that patch here in the next like couple weeks or so. So at least you guys can get an early preview on it.
Yeah, and on that Friday, we'll be talking a lot about like the specifics of all of those changes and kind of hearing what the community says.
Yep.
It feels like
and in fact the Nightmare Dungeon items that we were just talking about just now, that's actually we're planning on actually rolling that out in a hotfix specifically, and that is something that we actually plan on rolling out later today. So we'll have more information on the Nightmare Dungeon changes that will be that we talked about earlier, that will be coming out later today via hotfix. Another big thing that we've talked about in patch notes, because we've toned it down, and now we're kind of and we had mentioned that to players that we did plan on bringing it back up. It is monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and Helltide. So I know that you guys had some plans and so forth related to that.
Yeah, so I mean, going back to the mission statement I mentioned earlier, a key part of the live game is having high density areas for players to mow down, right? And
key part of ARPGs, right?
Yeah. Of which Diablo 4 is one.
Yeah,
that's true.
Pardon my grammar. And so we're going to be increasing the density in Nightmare Dungeons substantially. And
remove the
we're going to
objectives.
be increasing the density in Helltide as well. Now, with the Nightmare Dungeon changes across the board for Nightmare Dungeons, all Nightmare Dungeons will get more dense. The Helltide change, there are certain areas of Helltide that are extremely dense, right?
Yeah.
Like the tar pits, for example, is very dense. Areas like that probably won't get more dense. And part of what we've been doing here at the same time in terms of these density changes is making sure that we're making performance improvements, like looking at player skills that are taking a lot and on the servers, getting those into better performance, so players have better frame rates and stuff, and fewer
density's
stalls
big.
and all these kinds of things that make the game more fun to play. And this also helps us increase the number of like more monsters, more players, more stuff going on, and we know that the density in Nightmare Dungeons in particular needs to go up, and so we've been working on that to make sure that we can accomplish that. So density in Helltide will go up, not uniformly. Density in Nightmare Dungeons will go up uniformly, and these will be substantial increases.
Yep. Which I know players have been talking about constantly.
Yeah.
Remove the objectives.
Rightly so.
And a big topic right now is inventory concerns. We've heard from players. I know we've talked about gems and so forth actually becoming materials in Season 2, which to help out with some inventory concerns specifically. I know you guys have information, at least in regards to stash, and what might be coming in 1.1.1.
Yes. So certainly the gem change is still coming in Season 2, like you said, but we need more stash help now, right? And so in 1.1.1, we're going to be adding an additional stash tab for players so they can store more aspects, more malignant hearts.
Yeah, this has been like an ongoing conversation every week inside the dev team of like, do we feel that we're ready to do this yet? Do we feel that we're ready to do this yet?
Why?
Like the density conversation, the stash tab conversation, like the the engineering team's been working really, really hard.
Why is it so tough to add stash?
For us, like there's more that we're doing. This is now a never-ending conversation of like what else can we do and what else can we be doing to try to improve the experience? But like we've definitely heard these two concerns, and we're just really happy to be able to bring them in as early as 1.1.
Why is it so hard?
Yeah. Oh, and I should mention that along with the stash tab, we're making a small change to Elixir stack size. We're going to bring that up to 99. So that'll help a little bit.
Awesome. Obviously, like with new starts to seasons, and if we do have these types of changes that occur within the patch that may change, whether it's the meta or the balance of specific things, there's been questions related to respecs and how that has been pretty expensive on people's like their own personal economies with gold and so forth. I know we have respec changes that are also coming with the game itself. You guys probably know more specifics on the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, this really goes back. Joe was talking about our commitment to choice earlier, and it also, but I think it also goes back to when we say in the mission statement we want to have a wide variety of viable builds. Great, but if you can't switch between those builds, then
that's right.
It's
loadouts,
right?
We need loadouts.
So we're going to bring respec costs down by about 40%, quite a bit.
What about loadouts, bro?
So it should help out with people that want to switch over to a different build and so forth, or they do have to adjust over to another build. They get the option of actually being able to do so, or have an easier option of being able to do so.
And that'll be in 1.1.1.
And that'll be in 1.1.1 as well. So. And then I know, lastly, like one big thing is, as players kind of progress through the game and the leveling curve kind of goes through, especially like post like 70 or so, we've been looking at the player journey and how they've been getting up to 100. I know there's some changes that you guys are looking at in terms of experience and so forth.
Higher item level.
Yeah, I mean the short version is we want to make leveling from 50 to 100 faster. By adjusting XP. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I realized when I was talking earlier about the change we made. Obviously, we also made the change to XP gain when fighting creatures above your level, and I failed to mention this discussing it.
Yeah.
So the original intent for that was we found players basically sitting at like fighting creatures like 3 levels above them and never felt like they were really challenging themselves beyond that. We wanted to stretch that out a bit further, but that went from a 25% bonus to a 15% bonus. And we knew that density changes were coming online, so we thought about this a little bit. But I read a lot of feedback, like afterwards in particular, that just made it sound like people thought that we were just trying to make the game take longer, which wasn't actually the goal, but realized that the 25% to 15% change did constitute a nerf. That's the thing that we're thinking about as well.
We are not trying to slow down the game.
No, and to that point, like we have a vision for how long we want the game to take for players. We realize that it's taking a little bit longer than that.
You have
what
seasons.
Our vision was originally for a lot of folks.
You can't make it take too long. We have seasons.
Like when they're World Tiers 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So we are looking to like really to readjust the XP rates for those areas, because we aren't looking to like have you hit this absolute brick wall when you hit like level 70 or something, right? Like there's not like these moments where you're going to feel like you just can't, or 75. Like we don't want you to have this feeling that you just can't make meaningful progress, that we're just artificially holding you back. That's never been the vision or the goal, right? It ended up working out that it wasn't the players weren't earning XP at the rate that we had originally expected. Is what it really came down to. So these are like we are making changes in this regard to kind of bring this down. A bit.
And I mean, you've seen, certainly we did things like increase the XP bonus for Nightmare Dungeons a while back quite substantially.
Yeah, and Whisper completion.
Whispers, yes.
Now, notwithstanding that, there are changes to XP related to addressing, the power leveling case, because we don't have like group up, have fun with your friends, like power leveling each other. The only case that we think is not very fun is the case where one person is standing at the entrance to the dungeon, and the other person is having all the fun killing monsters. And so, when we look at the balance of the XP changes in 1.1.0, we think that additional changes need to be made to to make the game faster, especially
yeah,
between 50 and 100.
Yeah, we want level 1 to
to
100 to feel like an achievement, but not like a job.
Yeah.
Right. So like we want to make some adjustments, make sure that it feels fun, very achievable, obviously within the season timeline. But yeah, so we are going to make some adjustments. We'll be talking about more probably next week in terms of with more specificity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Yep. So again, we'll be back on stream next Friday to talk about all the details of the changes, including the barb and like sorcerer changes that Joe had mentioned, along with other changes that we are preparing right now for the patch itself. That patch itself is supposed to be hitting in the next couple weeks. Obviously, if we're doing the stream on Friday, it means it's coming pretty darn soon for after that stream. So, but we did want to make sure that we got in front of players to actually talk to them about everything, and we plan on doing that going forward if we ever have one of these larger patches that actually make some pretty significant changes within the game. We'll either get in front of you guys via stream, or we'll end up posting about them earlier so that you guys get a better idea of what's to come for those. I know that we do want to take a bunch of questions actually from chat and so forth. I know one big question that has always kind of come up has been about leaderboards and so forth within, and the expectation of when those might be coming in. I know that ideally we're aiming for Season 3 for the leaderboards in itself. I don't know if you guys have any like additional information or like additional insight onto those from your end.
Yeah, so one thing that's really important to us for leaderboards in Diablo 4 is that we don't think that like tying this directly to Nightmare Dungeons or content type exactly like that is going to make a lot of sense because the variety of the nature of the system. So we want to make a content type that kind of partners directly with leaderboards, so that you can be judged in kind of like this kind of more even playing field when you're going through that experience. But that is content that we are actively in development on and are excited to try to get ready for Season 3. So we're going to be making, I'm sorry, the short answer to this is, so we excited about our competitive feature. We are making a specific content type that goes alongside that you're judging yourself against, and we're looking for Season 3 for that.
Question from You Stupid Walrus is Uber Uniques, what's the future? They mathematically don't exist, so I don't think it's a good waste of resources of them anymore.
Sorry, I was really distracted by the walrus.
Okay.
Can you read the question again?
Uber Uniques.
Oh, right.
What's the future? They mathematically don't exist.
Gear.
So I don't think it's good to waste resources on them in the future.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, Uber Uniques are designed such a way that they are a huge spike of power, and we're receiving feedback, and we understand the feedback on some of them. But they represent a huge spike of power, and as such are not expected to be part of builds necessarily. One of our goals underlying is we don't want players to feel that one of these are mandatory, that you must find in an effort to bring your build online. From the ground up, we kind of made the decision to say it is okay if we want players to find these, but we don't want them to expect to find these. Which is a difficult place to balance in terms of drop rates when you're thinking about these. Now, right now, I believe that they are exceedingly rare, and we do want them to feel very, very rare. But I suspect that as we start moving into future seasons, we do want to find more ways for players, or more opportunities for players to get chances at these. And I imagine we'll be able to talk about that soon. But I would suggest that like the current drop rates are probably not going to be the drop rates forever. We'll probably make those a little bit more common, a little more likely to be found as time goes on.
A big topic that I'm seeing just pop up in chat and so forth, a lot of comments about crowd control, if there's any plans or ways that we're looking at addressing crowd control here in the future.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I think we both talked about it. We think that when you have high density of monsters on screen and you have a lot of elites, the crowd control, the tools that you have for crowd control are not, need to be better, basically. And some of that is going to be adjustments to things that feel unfair, and some of that is going to be adjustments in terms of your tools. I think that we'll be able to, this is something that we'll be able to speak more to in terms of specifics and how we're going to address that, but we agree it's a problem. in the future. Yeah.
Question from Urka. Hi, I'm so bad. IK Rekote. I tried. I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry. When will loadouts be added?
Good
it's
question.
A feature the UI team is very excited about, and something we've talked about a bit internally. We don't have a timeline for the idea of loadouts just yet, but it is something that we're continuing to actively talk about. When we have more information to share in terms of like when something like this could potentially be added to Diablo 4, I'm sure that we'll talk about it.
Barag Zero says, what is the time frame on 111? It doesn't seem very clear. Is it before the middle of the season? How long do I need to wait for Sorcerer and Barbs to have their changes and be playable? It is much sooner than mid-season. As I said, it's only like a couple weeks away, and by a couple weeks I mean like very, very soon. Like if we're doing a stream on Friday, I would expect it within a couple days after the stream.
We have to provide some. If we say anything too specific today, production will choke us out. So we have to be very careful about the language we use. But yes, very soon.
Only because with patches themselves, of course, there are. We're on a lot of different platforms and everything, and of course those go through certification. A certification gets pushed back or whatnot, then we obviously need to readjust schedules, so it's hard for us to actually put a specific time on it until that actually occurs. But very, very soon. BulbB79, are there any plans for some changes for experience between, say, level 75 to 100? This is actually something that we just commented on. The journey feels a bit dull. There are several events, but only nightmare dungeons to provide challenge. World bosses, Helltides, and Whispers are a good idea, but just too easy.
Yeah, there's so we talked about. So I guess there's two real parts of this. Like are we making changes to the XP progression for players while they're moving through like World Tier 4 in this case? And the answer is yes. We are going to be looking at making changes to that, and we'll talk more about that soon. And then secondly, do we feel that there are the right number of like milestones for players to engage with? Enough goals to kind of like consume while you're also just leveling up, and enough content to kind of do as you're leveling up in these world tiers. And I think that the answer is no. That we know that there's more things that we need to add to the game, particularly for World Tier 4. But really, just once you get into World Tier 3 and 4, just find more opportunities and more content and new things for players to do as they're leveling up through those spaces.
And
we do have plans for those things, and we do have thoughts on something like that in Season 2 in particular, and some things we're looking to continue to talk about moving forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, we recognize that there's more we would like to add to that journey to kind of create more variety and more moments of challenge as well while you're progressing, and not just at 100, but all along the way.
Podoc24 says, what are your plans to adjust loot drops? This I'm going to add on to his question after I read it. It feels very frustrating to grind for days without ever seeing anything close to an upgrade or finding the right aspect. Even worse,
Answer.
When you finally
The
do
gear.
it,
Screw the aspect. The gear.
Slightly. I'm also going to modify that and mention target farming. Which has also been a topic within the community. I'm not sure if you guys want to have
the gear, progression,
and so forth for that.
End game.
So I think there's a couple parts of this as well, right? There's the idea of I grind for a long time to get an item, and the item is not an upgrade. And particularly when you're in World Tiers 3 and 4, where you start dealing with sacred items and ancestral items, where you're kind of dealing with this larger bucket of eye power range. This can certainly tend to be true. Unless you're looking for specific kinds of affixes, you're looking for particular kinds of roles,
the affixes.
Right? So there's a couple things. One, we know we want to try to reduce the difficulty of like kind of comparing and looking at a number of different items all at once and trying to get a better sense of that. These are things the UI team is very passionate about, and conversations are ongoing in terms of how we want to achieve that. Like things like loot filters, things like that. There is the idea of like how does the progression of itemization feel, particularly in World Tier 4, while you're leveling up there.
Yes.
And the systems team has ideas on things they would like to include. It's too early for us to say exactly to like really like lay them all out just now. But there are ideas and things we want to do to kind of improve the feeling of progression through the ancestral tier, so that you feel like there's more thresholds and there's more opportunities to kind of get upgrades as you go.
Yes.
And then lastly, there's this idea of target farming. So legendary aspects are a place I think that we can afford to do more. We know that players are looking for certain aspects. They're trying to find certain things. They're trying to find particularly unique items. I think is often the case, right? They want their Tempest Roar, whatever it is they're looking for. They're looking for that thing. We do have plans in Season 2 right now to have more more content you can try to target farm in order to find
item level, Zell.
And I think there's a natural extension of that to figure out like what's the right way for players to be able to find an easier method of getting into some of the aspects they might be looking for as they're progressing through. So that is something that the rewards and systems teams will be thinking about and hopefully we'll talk about soon on stream.
Yeah, and I do want to note, like, I know we have an update here coming for 1.1.1, which we've just talked about, is in the next couple weeks. There are going to be other patches before Season 2 and so forth, with additional changes and items that we just haven't noted, and I just want to clarify specifically on that. We do have more patches beyond 1.1.1 before Season 2 to address a lot of feedback that we're receiving from players and a lot of opportunities for us to actually do so. Can we get some sort of matchmaking system to help with partying up with random people or group finders? I know we had talked about group finders before. I know this is something that the team has obviously received feedback about.
As long as they recognize the problem, Riddler, that's the main thing to me.
Within the game, it is being evaluated, I know, and the teams are looking at it. We just don't have an exact timeline of when those are actually coming in specifically from that end. Are there going to be changes with ARM? Oh, sorry, I forgot to. That was Andy for Man was the last question. BeanPot10 says, are there going to be changes with armor regarding survivability? Hardcore is almost unplayable on Sorcerer with one-shots from corpse bows and low innate due to low innate armor.
Yeah, I think survivability, especially on Sorcerer, is something that the changes that Joe was talking about for. That we'll be talking about in more detail next week is one of the things we want to include in that. We recognize that.
Yeah, we also identified there are a few outstanding monster types and abilities that are doing that are killing players a little more frequently than we expect, and like we're looking at creatures that when
I got too many notes.
Die, for example, claim an awful lot of lives, right? Creatures that can chill. Claim an awful lot of lives, right?
Or charging creatures, we've also learned.
And charging creatures, yeah.
I've seen a lot of reports about that, and
look at how somber they are.
Which I think have been nerfed like twice now. Too.
Well,
no more joking around.
There's a bug
no Cookie
fix,
Man
on the Beast Charge in particular, where Beast Charge could deal damage.
I'm excited.
Even if you interrupted the charge or the beast died.
I think they answered some of my meta concerns that I have for the game.
I mean, we're identifying some of these like really difficult affixes, really difficult Nightmare Dungeon affixes, or like really ones that claim lots, like a disproportionate amount of player lives as part of that. And we're looking at those all at once. It's Sorcerer survivability is absolutely an issue, and we're going to be talking about it more in the 1.1.1 conversation next week. But there's also this idea of like there's a lot of things out there that are just doing a lot of like what feels to the player in the moment pretty cheap, like unfair, like just I sort of just died, don't really see what happened. So we're looking at more of these situations and trying to figure out the right places to make adjustments. We don't want the game to be easy. We don't want you to feel
don't turn this into Diablo 3.
We want the game to feel deadly at times. We want you to feel like you had an opportunity to kind of evade or deal with.
What about post 100 progression?
In regards to someone, Zeus DNA says we'll be seeing the hotfix notes before the hotfix comes out today. Yeah, we'll get the notes up. The deployment hasn't.
There is a hotfix coming
starting until
today
later this afternoon, but we'll get the notes up so that players can see it, and we'll be mentioning it so that players can actually read through them and so forth. Right. This is a pretty large hotfix in terms of like items that we're actually fixing and the Nightmare Dungeon stuff that we had just talked about.
Yep.
Templar Knights asks, question: can we change the codex in such a way that we can upgrade the values with founded legendary items? This could reduce the demand to stash, avoid aspects laying around, easier adopting player to your balance changes, but we still want to find items and increase codex values.
Yeah, so we know that one of the key things that players are carrying in their stash right now are lots and lots of aspects.
Yeah.
And we're talking about ways to address that. That's an interesting suggestion. I think it's sort of going toward the same direction here, which is like, how can we address the case where your stash is completely full?
I'm not looking at how they do their presentation. I'm looking at the
at the
message.
Having an extra stash tab
These guys don't do this all day long, though. They don't do this kind of
There's
thing.
more that we'd like to do in terms of
They're nerds, you know.
Yeah, it's certainly something we've been discussing internally for a while. I think part of this is just how much fun is it to be able to extract an aspect from an item and be able to maintain that role? And then how much is that fun so fun that it's worth like some of the inventory pressure that comes about as a result of that? Yeah. That's a conversation we've had within the dev team. We're going to continue to talk about it, but we know that there's definitely a lot of improvements we can make to the Codex of Power, for example, to kind of like be embracing some of these other like affix extraction systems.
Question from DRJ16. Has the team considered how certain nerfs like weapon cooldown reduction are so much more impactful for certain classes than others?
Yes, the team is definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect, like the vulnerable damage change disproportionately affecting like Cold Sorks. We're definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect some classes and builds more than others.
Class balance is going to be tough.
And this goes back to my earlier point about when we're going to be making changes like this moving forward, then we know we're going to have this have an overall effect of reducing certain effects down, or rather reducing certain like powers or affixes or whatever it is down to a place where we want people to use the baseline to kind of build from for other parts of the game. That when we do those things, it's going to affect these different players in different ways, and they're not going to enjoy that if we accidentally.
They're not going to nerf anymore. They're going to buff.
Try to weed the garden and get things into a better place. Like ultimately, we're going to be trying to do a lot more situations where if we're going to take a thing away, if we're going to update something where it's no longer going to be as valuable as part of your build, we want to provide a lot of other options as part of that. Yeah. Make sure we don't leave the build with a gaping like giant hole in it as a result of the change that we made. So this is going to, again, it's going to mean that moving forward when we're making like larger scale balance and tuning adjustments, we're going to do those a little bit more slowly.
This game is in beta.
In order to make sure that we're embracing all of these other like components to give a lot of options all at once.
This is beta. This is a beta talk stream.
Back to the change we had on the screen before, right? We're going to provide compelling alternatives when we make those kinds of changes.
That's a punchier way to say it.
This is a beta talk stream. I feel like I'm participating in a beta meeting.
Like leaving dungeons feels like you're trying to slow down the game by making us waste time for something that might feel useless.
We can look at that. We'll continue to evaluate that change. It's a fairly small difference. I know that in an ARPG, small amounts of time can be meaningful. We did add the reset dungeon button back in. It does require that you're outside the dungeon, and so there's kind of a loop there.
Loki5123 asks, are you going to add more than 6 or 7 items a season? Are there plans to add more? The feeling is they feel like they would want more items per season that are actually added in.
Yeah, we've always said that we wanted to take in the feedback from the players as we kind of got these seasons out the door. So season 1, we add the 32 Malignant Hearts, which I think have been pretty cool. We're going to be looking at the balance, some of them to kind of like lift them up, make them a little more exciting in some places. But broadly, we're pretty happy. They generally are.
Gear. And
then we have our uniques and our legendary items that we added with the season as well. I think if there is, if we see that there's like a lot of interest in trying to get more of these, we can start trying to think about how we can inject a few more legendaries into the game with each season, or more uniques potentially into the game with each season. But we want to continue to see like kind of what the feedback looks like. This is a good example of people asking for more. So,
this game's in beta.
Separately from that, like, are you guys looking at potentially like reworking or redoing some things?
So that means patch 1.1.1 is kind of in that vein of trying to like get these things into a slightly better place. And we do want to go back over our existing legendary power library and identify the ones where they can afford to be lifted up with redesigns and changing the way that some parts of them work.
This is a playtest meeting with the playtesters. Is what this is.
So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for that along the way as well. It's not going to be the only way we inject like new fun in the game isn't going to just be through the season mechanic, isn't just going to be through the addition of brand new legendaries uniques, but also going back over the existing legendary powers after we see players use them a little bit more, making adjustments accordingly.
Question from Panda Mousy and Mormra. Same question, actually. What's your plan for resistances? Right now, they feel like a wasted stat. Do we have any changes to resistances that might be changing maybe sooner or later, or how's that going to work?
Resistances fall in one of those categories where if we need to make a change to the way that resistance damage is, or rather, the way that players use resistance to mitigate damage from certain sources. And it's going to be a far-reaching change when we actually go through and make this, which means that we want to be able to take the time with it and do it properly. It's going to be, right now we plan to put that into Season 2 as part of a larger rework.
We
so
talked
we can
about
look
that
forward to more
already.
information as we get a little bit closer to Season 2.
Shadow Mun, sorry. Can campaign bosses be added to the pool of dungeon bosses that we encounter? I feel like campaign bosses are underutilized.
I think there could be more opportunities to fight some of those campaign bosses in the future. I can't comment further on exactly how that will look, but I agree with that sentiment.
Sounds good. Okay.
Joe has often said this, so like we definitely want to make sure we find the right ways to bring act bosses in. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is actually a question. Party Cannon 30. Hi there, guys. Can you? Thanks for the information. My question is about crashes on PlayStation 5. Is that a known issue? We are aware of some issues on consoles, specifically Xbox, PlayStation.
Set bonus?
That may be having crash issues and whatnot from their side. I do want to note, like, I know with 1.10, there was a bug fix towards a specific memory leak that the team was trying to identify and find, and they actually did find it, and it was addressed there. There was actually an additional fix in 1.11 because I've seen a lot of questions, whether on Reddit and so forth, about PC performance and so forth, and even on like just performance in general, that will be addressed there. And I know that the team, the engineers here, are still actively, troubleshooting and figuring out like specific situations that players might be running into. Of course, if you have like more information on those, please post in console bugs on our forums, and give as much information as possible, because a lot of those repro steps on our side are sometimes really difficult, and it helps our teams out, helps our QA teams out to be able to see if they can actually repro the same type of issues that players are having. Do you guys plan on introducing more ways? Oh, sorry, this is Mr. I don't want to butcher that.
Okay.
Do you guys plan on introducing more craft / modify gear? Currently, only gold has value, and only one stack can be rolled.
Yeah.
More ways to craft and modify gear.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we do want to add more options for players to be able to kind of modify the items they're getting. What we have really in the preseason and now in the season 1 stage is still a very a baseline experience in terms of item modification. We are looking at more opportunities in the future to allow players to do more with their items. So yeah, that is a plan for the future.
The Almighty Striker says, why does the Necrominions why do they take ability slots? It could be easily a different button. How many?
This is how you do a dev stream.
Of Necrominion.
Don't ever bring that other guy in.
Lilith.
Don't ever bring Cookie Monster
lots
back.
Of questions about, is there? We already answered the drop rates for uniques and so forth. That was the second part of the question. But I guess the question mostly is about Necromancer minions and ability slots. Also, I saw other questions related to companions, whether they're Druid companions with wolves or Necromancer minions. If there's any changes or plans for those to actually potentially get.
How's it going, Nora? Thanks for coming in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is something we do care about. One of the things that that sounded dismissive.
Yeah, we care about a lot of things, but go on.
I was just trying to get to another point, which is there's some really cool stuff in some of the Malignant Hearts that affects this, in terms of getting credit for additional abilities.
Yeah.
And we do care a lot about the number of the sort of ratio of ability to number of slots that it takes up, and making that as optimal as possible.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure that if you're going to play a Necromancer and you're going to summon skeletons, that you are going to be. That takes up. That's the weight of an ability. It's the same as having an active. You need to playing with it. It's going to take a little bit of space in your bar. You don't get that in addition to a bunch of other things. If you don't want to have skeletons on your bar right now, the idea would be to sacrifice a lot of those skills in order to give you that extra space. And in terms of the viability of minion builds at various parts of the game, there are some builds that are able to get pretty deep into content, obviously, but I think there's still room for improvement in terms of minion survivability and other conversations along those lines. that is something that's still happening. And then there was the other conversation, the question about Druid companions, right?
Yeah, kind of similar to Necromancer minions, and people were asking, like, can that ever be a viable thing?
Yeah, I think possibly. We see players. Actually, there are a few players that run like literally all 3 companion skills and use that as part of the build that they'll go after for their druid. And I think that there's likely room here to do more with companion skills. Whether it rises to the full level of like a complete like spec, I think is going to be interesting. But I know that there's people on the team that are very excited about trying to explore more of this side of the druid over time. But we don't have as many, there aren't as many interconnecting points for the way that you interact with your companions right now, and the way that like the skeleton army does for the necromancer, in terms of ways that you modify them and do more with them. So I think there's some groundwork we need to do to like provide a lot more options there, but something that the team's interested in. Yeah.
I'm going to do one last question here, which is, will there be better loot tables for like treasure goblins, any alternate goblin types specifically for those?
Yeah, I think we loved how many, D3 has like all kinds of goblins. There's like
where's
10
the gold
different kinds
vault?
Of goblins, or,
where's the gold vault?
Maybe. It's been a little while since I looked at that data in the editor, but we think that there's lots of room for there to be more fun goblin types in the future.
And in terms of the treasure goblins have a tendency to provide, we actually I had a conversation with the lead system designer last week talking about this. We are going to be making we are going to be buffing like legendary drop chance, for example, from items that will appear from treasure goblins. We do want them to be to feel a little bit more exciting when the moment they drop.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Well, I know we talked about a lot today. I just want to recap some stuff that we had mentioned today. Obviously, we've been hearing a lot of feedback regarding the patch, and we're telling you guys now that we completely hear you loud and clear. We don't plan on doing patches like this ever again, where we're not going to be essentially removing the fun and the player power from players drastically like this. Yeah. And if we ever do that for any type of class, like a build or whatnot, we'll make sure that there's always some really good alternatives for players to actually be able to try out a different build that will also be boosted way back up to kind of help out and give other options for players to actually kind of jump into. And we will ourselves do a better job of course, communicating back to the community. Again, what we're saying now is that we will be getting patch notes in front of the community way earlier in advance, whether through a campfire chat or through like a blog of some sort or any type of communication, so that you guys can get a better chance at looking at patch notes beforehand, seeing any type of changes that might be coming down beforehand. Because I think communication was key here. I think you guys not seeing what we were planning on doing and us kind of giving that vision really affected a lot of the response from you guys. And I think if we just provided that over to everyone and gave a little bit more of a heads up, I think it would have helped a whole lot there from that specific situation.
Well, yeah, keeping in mind, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's absolutely one part of it, and you were talking about it in a more full way, but I want to really make sure I hit on, like, one of the really great points of feedback that we've been seeing is like, why can you nerf things today and then buff things far in the future, right? And so what we're saying is, not only is there a change to communication, but we're also going to pair changes like that together so that we don't have exactly the situation that players have called out as unfair.
Yep, most definitely. And of course, with 111 coming really soon, we are committing to another campfire chat next week, next Friday. Probably the same time, we'll confirm. More than likely it'll be 11 a.m. next Friday. We'll end up posting about the details over the next
It's a date.
That just as a reminder to the community, and there we'll actually go through all the changes that we just talked about here into greater detail. Joe, I know, will end up providing greater detail changes on like the barbarian and sorcerer adjustments that we're going to be making based off of community feedback, and then of course we'll also be talking about just essentially everything in the patch
They bringing that guy back
for that. Patch 111 will be coming out in a couple weeks, with us having a stream next Friday. I anticipate it being very soon or shortly after the stream specifically. So, and again, we do have a hotfix today that we will be rolling out this afternoon. We'll be having notes related to that hotfix here really soon, and there's a lot of changes in there, including the Nightmare Dungeon changes that we talked about today. So, again, thank you guys for the feedback. We most definitely hear you loud and clear. You know, it's something that we wanted to address, and it's something very you know, important for the team here, for us to actually address the community and talk to you guys more about it, and also change some of the ways that we were doing specific items or specific processes. So we really do appreciate the feedback. Of course, continue providing feedback to us. It's really important for the game itself and for us to make a better experience for the players out there. So thank you guys again for tuning in. We'll see you next Friday for the next Campfire Chat to talk about patch 1.1.1 and all the changes that are coming up. Really appreciate it.
Wow. What a difference. The first thing I noticed was just the somber. This reminds me of the stream Cryptic had after Mod 16 dropped. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Elena. This reminds me of the stream that Thomas Foss had after Mod 16, and they had to back out a lot of stuff that they did. I've got a bunch of notes here we'll go over. We're cutting into my lunchtime, okay? I love it. That's like that stream. That's the way you do streams. And keep in mind, guys, these guys don't sit there on stream all day long. These are not streamers. These are developers, okay? I look for the message. I don't look for anything else. These are not streamers. They're developers. They're not used to this. I think it was a great job. Let's talk about what they talked about today. We actually got I got so many notes. I probably missed a bunch of stuff. I don't think they totally gave me what I wanted, but they kind of scratched the surface. It made me more hopeful for the future for this game. That's kind of the bottom line for me. The first patch is going to be a reduction in Nightmare Dungeon difficulty. Did he say that the level 70 today is basically going to play the same? The level 70 today, if you can do 70, you'll be able to do 100. I think that's what he said today. Now, mob density, I think, is coming in 1.1.1. But there's going to be a quick patch today. Mob densities, I think, 1.1.1. We're going to get more patch notes today. Like with soon. Yeah, 1.1 sounds promising. Oh, really? Hey, guys, go follow Riddlerman Gaming. Sub to him on YouTube. It doesn't cost anything. It's free. Riddlerman Gaming on YouTube. It's free. Just click the sub button on YouTube. So he can get, he could start monetizing his channel there. Nightmare reduction in difficulty coming up. Not a rework of Nightmare Dungeons. Okay? Nightmare 70 will be like the 100. So we got some changes coming. It'll at least in the short term, that patch is going to make it to where there's not as much friction in the Nightmare Dungeons. Because they suck. They literally suck. I hate them. I hate them. They need a complete rework. New end game content types are coming. I have that circled. That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the end game. From content and from loot. New end game content types are coming in the future. We need to see the details of that. We will probably get more next week, possibly. I don't think that's coming in the next patch. The next patch, I think, is to just try to get people to where they're not so freaking pissed off. There's going to be more changes to stuff, damage changes, a complete... I think what they're trying to say is, to some degree, instead of looking to nerf classes, they want to either bring up the others, or if they are going to nerf you, give you several options to change into. I think on the whole, Diablo 4 is going to get easier. Diablo 4 is going to get easier. How much easier? I don't know. We went through the same thing with Diablo 3. Thank you for subbing Sally to Riddler. Aunt Sally sub to Riddler Main Gaming. Thank you, Sally, for taking the time to do that. Diablo 4 is going to get easier, but I don't think it's going to get that easy. And keep in mind, they decided to go with seasons, and people have limited play time to play a game. What, like, you decided to go with seasons. This is a 3-month game. This is now a 3-month game. If you're going to make this game just brutal and it's now a 3-month game, forget it. Forget it. This is a 3-month game now. It's a 3-month game. And like I said, during their stream, I felt like we were playtesters and we were having a meeting with the devs based on our playtesting. That's what it felt like. I felt like this game feels like it's definitely in beta. It feels like a total beta game to me. Where do they post the patch notes? That would be right here. So if they post the notes, we're going to get it right here. Yeah, guys, thanks for helping each other out, especially content creators. End game content with density. 1.1.1 is you're going to see changes in density. Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides. I think they were trying to communicate about bringing up the weak up instead of just going blankly and bringing everyone else down. Again, next Friday, live stream to go into more details of the next patch that's coming. So they want to do a better job of communicating the patches before they come out. Before they come out. I feel much better about this game after today. And that Joe guy, I mean, if they would have started their stream and just been joking around, that would not have gone over well. It would not have gone over well. They laid down the info. No side stories. That's a ton of stuff today, and it's going to happen the same way next week. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Totally. Next Friday live stream. The plan is for us to cover it here again, providing I'm here. I would like to cover it again if you guys like this kind of thing. I do. Sork and Barb. Again. They will be discussed in next week's stream, the details. You can pretty much expect buffs. But I know, they just nerfed them. So I don't know what they're going to do to Sorks and Barbs. Between now and then, is someone going to come up with a Sork build that melts everything? Here's Barb. Season 1 Barb. Stronghold boss. Yeah, they should be. They look very serious. I love watching that video. I love showing you that video. I love it. No, that's like you know, that's like I don't know if that's World Tier 1 or like what was that? That's World Tier 2. Stronghold boss. On a barb. On a barb. Yeah, thorns on a barb. Thorns bleed. Someone's making it work. Where's all the big streamers that are making $500,000 a year streaming? The guide makers. Next week, next Friday, they're going to be discussing the Sork and the Barb in detail. Okay? In detail. We have the 1.1 patch. 1.1.1 is coming within the next 2 weeks. Okay? It's going to come shortly after next Friday's stream. Okay? So they're working hard over there on this stuff. We already talked about monster density in Nightmares and Helltides. 1.1.1. We'll talk again about that next week. Inventory. The gem stuff to the moved over to your resources is for season 2. 1.1.1 is going to add 1 stash tab. I don't know why it's so difficult for them to do this. He's talking about like the dev team, you know, the discussion around stash tabs. I just think it's the bean counters. You know, I think they want to sell storage in the future. I think that's the problem. Why you're only getting 1. But season 2, they're going to give you gems in there, and it's not going to cost you anything, as far as I know. Elixirs are going up to 99 on the stack. Everything is either a back out of what they've done, a redo of what they've done, or they are now like understanding all the friction points in this game and the bad parts. They must play. I know they play this game. There's got to be someone that works there that play this game, and that is level 50, like level 50 and above, that are like, I just can't. These nightmare dungeons suck. These sigils suck. There's got to be someone there that's like, this is just not good as an in-game activity, the way we've structured it. 50 to 100. You're gonna be able to get more XP now, 50 to 100, and game XP. Details again next week. the hotfix, today's hotfix notes, waiting. If they come during this stream right now, then we'll go over it. Waiting. $50 to $100, they're going to bring, like, you're going to get more XP or whatever from different sources, mobs, whatever. To be discussed next week. My big concern on 50 to 100 is the content and the loot. That's my concern. They stated there's a lot more stuff coming for Endgame. That gives, at least they recognize that Endgame is just, at least they recognize that the current Endgame loop is not good. It's, they recognize that. That's all I want them to do is recognize it. They're the ones that are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to come out with good in-game loop content. Not me. Them. All I want them to do is recognize the problem. $50 to $100 XP coming up. More details next week. One meeting next Friday. Q&A. Leaderboards coming. Probably Season 3. Uber Uniques. Might be more common in the future. Well, what I want to hear is, and he did kind of talk about it. He kind of talked about, because they did bring up during the QA loot drops. Comparing items is going to get better. You know, because going through all these affixes is brutal. They're going to make that better. But he did briefly mention World Tier 4 changes coming that you'll feel more progress as you move through your levels when you're in World Tier 4. That's got to mean loot, doesn't it? Not just getting there quicker, but rewarding me as I get to level 75. Relative to 65 while I'm in World Tier 4. That is a hopeful sign for me. That we are going to have more chase items in World Tier 4. I told you guys this story before. In terms of just flat stat. 10 minutes into World Tier 4 at level 65, I got my best weapon on Eternal. Level 85, I still haven't gotten anything better. How is that possible? I think their theory is, well, when you're in World Tier 4, we have a loot table for World Tier 4. It's not based on your level. You got lucky. You're in World Tier 4. We have a loot table for World Tier 4. It's not based on your level. You're going to be leveling and you're going to be getting Paragon points. I think that's where, like, to me, that just is terrible. I'm chasing Paragon points. Once I get enough Ancestrals, and I know people are going to talk about affixes. I want to see measurable drops when I'm level 85 relative to when I'm level 65. I want to see a piece of gear drop at 85 that doesn't drop at 65. And I'm just like, oh my frickin' God. It was worth grinding to 85, guys. Look what I just got. You know what I mean? That's the dopamine rush. The dopamine rush. Screw the affixes for now. I think maybe they're going to be, based on what he's saying, the end game is going to get better. The freaking Paragon board, And then it gets harder and harder. You get a point, ooh, I get 5 strength, you know. While I'm working, itching my way finally to get to a rare node. The Paragon board should be a completely separate thing that's an add-on. I want good loot drops. Not quantity, quality. As I move through my levels from 50 to 100, and then especially when I'm in World Tier 4. World Tier 4, post 70. 70 to 75, 75 to 80, 85 to 90. I want to see drops based on my level in World Tier 4. Nightmare Dungeons, I don't know how they would tie that in with loot. You get more quantity in the Nightmares. They're going to make Nightmares easier too. So your quantity is going to come in the Nightmares. I'm talking about the quality as you level up. Now, right now, Nightmares, what they're really doing for you for the most part is giving you XP towards your glyph. You know, but that is our in-game loop. Our in-game loop is Nightmare Dungeons. You must remove friction. They must be like to where I want to run those all day long so that I am looking for gear in addition to the Paragon board stuff. Now, he didn't talk about the grind, the backtracking and all the crap that happens in Nightmares. That's still there. But he did talk about new content types at endgame. Hopefully, you know, hopefully there's something there that maybe also gives us XP towards the glyphs. I don't know. Aspect changes are coming. Matchmaking people are asking about, so they're aware. They're aware that people are asking about matchmaking system. Armor changes, well, that's all going to be part of 1.1.1, so that's all coming next week. They talk about whatever it is they're going to be doing. Yeah, the Uber uniques I don't care about. You know, Uber uniques, keep those rare. I'm talking about, I'm level 85 and they brought it up. I'm talking about someone is at someone actually brought it up. I went from level 65 to 85, and I haven't found one piece of frickin' gear that's good for me. I got it all already. You go from 70 to 90, and you're just churning. All you're doing is, like, looking at, your brain is bleeding, looking at these stupid affixes. Someone brought it up. World Tier 4 changes to loot will be coming, or loot or systems will be coming as you progress through. I don't know what that means. There is no reason why I should get a piece of gear at level 65 in World Tier 4, and by level 85, with countless hours of grinding, I still haven't been able to find anything better. And I'm not talking about Uber uniques here. I'm not even talking about uniques. Why did I get an item level 811 at 65 in World Tier 4 and have yet to get anything better than that? After 20 more levels. It doesn't make sense to me. Grinding out XP for your glyph in those terrible Nightmare Dungeons is brutally bad content, in my opinion. I think today's stream, thank you, Sally, for coming in today. I really appreciate it on YouTube. Thanks for helping out Riddler Man. I think another important thing, I don't know what to say. I'm not going to spend 8 hours a day looking through affixes. And they did talk about the thing about, like right now, you get to just change one stat. There's not a lot of crafting on gear. The crafting on gear is Diablo 3, basically. It's like, it's not very interesting, the crafting on gear. Potentially changes coming to that in the future. Actually, you know, I don't care much about leaderboards, but I think leaderboards are a good idea. No question about it. Guys, this game is different now. This is a 3-month video game. It's a 3-month video game. That's it. For me personally, I want to find basically one class that I love. And then every 3 months, just do it again. And do it better. And do it maybe a little different. But I think I just want to do one class. I have a feeling it may end up being the Druid. For me. We are in a 3-month video game that resets every 3 months effectively. Until we see the details of the first expansion. The question is, you get to level 75 in Season 1. The character comes back to Eternal. They're getting ready for Season 2. Now what do you do? I'm level 75 on my character on Season 1. Season 1 ended. It's in Eternal. Now you're coming out with Season 2 with all these goodies. I guess I'm going to just do it all over again. Yes, you are. Should I work on my Eternal character? No. There's there's new things in the Season 2. Why would you do anything on Eternal? This game is a 3-month video game. And it looks to me like they are going to reduce a lot of friction to make it to where you are not going to have a problem making a new character in the seasons. It won't be as fast as Diablo 3. That's almost impossible. This is a 3-month video game. Then we just do it all over again. They got what they wanted. Or there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work. Good for streamers. Good for people who make videos. I don't know if the player base, generally speaking, is okay with that at this point in the time, considering this game just came out. And we are effectively in beta. That's what it feels like to me. After today's stream, I felt like I was in a team meeting going over the beta results, the beta testing results. That's what it felt like to me. Patch notes? Any patch notes yet? The patch notes will come the moment I turn the stream off. You know how that works. Loadouts. Did New World ever get loadouts? They've been asking for 2 years. They're going to monetize that if they ever do it. Again, I'm thinking about the tone of the stream. Look at the looks on these guys' face. Do you see? Look at the guy on the left. Yeah, to me, it's just too much. I mean, I'm not going to sit here all day comparing, and then, you know, it's like, oh, I'm going to get 1% here, lose 2% here. You know, I mean, of course, you know, a little bit of min-maxing like that's okay. I'm looking for gear at proper item levels based on where I am. And then they'll have the affixes also on them. When I'm level 85, I want to see drops that are better than gear I got, generally speaking, at level 65. And then I'll look at all the affixes on those You know, I'll get multiple versions of the same weapon that's got the nice, huge base stats because it's item level 950 or something. Now look at the affixes. I want to see that huge drop, like, oh my god, dude! And then I'm going to craft on those affixes because I love the weapon, you know? I'll save my resources. Boom, I got this weapon at level 85. It's a 950. That's the top of the range. My DPS just went up huge. Now I'm going to worry about the affixes. How do they look? Can I craft on this? Where is that? Like, where is that? You know? I don't know if they look tired. To me, they look like they realize that the player base is not happy with this game. And I'm not just talking about the patch. They're not happy with this game. Yeah, the problem that we don't want to turn this into Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has a long season. In a week and a half, you're done. Or either that or make a new class. Look at the look on these guys. I mean, so somber. They're like, yeah, you know, we got, you know, they're like, oh, we're going to be working. We got a lot of work to do. I'm telling you, this is a beta test meeting. This shouldn't be happening after launch. What's happening right now? This should not be happening after launch. Yeah, the backlash is just tremendous. I think the thing that pushed people over the edge was the patch. But it was building. You know, it was building. I was playing on Eternal level 85. I got to level 84, 85. I'm like, this is so brutally boring. I'm basically just farming yellows to sell them. I'm not going over all these stupid ass affixes. I want some huge gear drops now that I'm level 85. Grinding out the stupid XP for these glyphs. Then eventually they're going to have to talk about post 100 things to chase. But that's later. 50 to 100. They know. 50 to 100 is a sticking point. They know. You know what? I thought the campaign was great in this game. All things considered. The cutscenes, the campaign, I thought was great. I really enjoyed the campaign. I did. Loved it. Loved it. After today's stream, I am a little bit more hopeful on Diablo 4 than before the stream started. They got rid of that cookie dude and the guy that's like, this is the kind of dev stream I want to see. Like this. No jokes, no stupid stories. Give me the information that I need so I can decide whether I want to play this game again or not. Crafting Max, you actually used to upgrade items? Yes. They did. More options to modify gear. I thought the campaign was great. Loved it. I am much more hopeful after today's stream than I was before. I just want them to understand. The end game loop is unacceptable. The gear drops are unacceptable. The constant nerfs for the sake of doing it, I can't talk too much about that. That's details. I'm a meta person. I want a good game to play that's fair for everyone. You put in the work and you get the results. Details on class balance, I don't like. I just figure it's their problem. I am much more hopeful on the future on Diablo 4. 100% after today. This is the way you do a dev stream, like this. I'm not here to joke around and laugh along with these people. I could care less. You do your dev stream, you give us the information. Don't tell your stupid stories, I don't care. These three guys, great stream today. Thank you. And that's not easy to do, to sit in front of 60,000 people. And have to eat crow. Yeah, I want to definitely see deeper crafting system. It needs a lot of work, Star. Definitely. I want to chase those materials, stack them, and then go through all this crafting stuff. You're gonna let Last Epic's crafting be better than yours? Are you, like, seriously? Are you gonna let Last Epic be better than you on crafting? The game made by... how many people work on Last Epic? 3 people? You can't let that happen. You can't let Last Epic's crafting be better than yours. You got 500 people working on this game. There is so much work that needs to be done. So much work that needs to be done to this game. No, we have to rush seasons out the door. Does that make sense? It makes no sense to me. I'm a very simple person. You don't take a game that feels like it's in beta and then you rush seasons out. Yeah. Last Epic crafting is it's a variation of PoE. You guys are getting stomped by the Last Epic? You can't let that happen. You can't. You got to tell your employees, like every day you come into this company, you walk into this door every day. We are going to destroy every ARPG ever thought of. In existence, was in existence, and is going to be in existence. That's our goal every day. I like this attitude today. Bobby needs a new yacht. Fortnite. The Battle Pass gives platinum. What are you talking about, Gail? They're pushing, like what Gail's talking about. They're putting, like, what do I... Battle Pass for Diablo 4? In a Season 1? The game just came out. It's effectively in beta. Look what they're doing. Well, let's do this change. Let's do this change. Let's back this up. Let's set this in. This game is in beta. You're pushing seasons with battle passes or whatever the hell this crap is. This game needs 12 to 18 months of work. But they're doing what they're going to do. If you're going to do seasons, you're going to do seasons. We're doing it now. Okay? So that's the way this game is going to be. Every 3 months, we do it again. So, I mean, we can't change it. This game has seasons now already. We will be making a new character every season. I don't see a reason, really, I'm not seeing a reason to do anything in Eternal. I don't know. Like, do you see any reason to do anything in Eternal anymore? I don't know. I just don't understand. Seasons launched in Diablo 3 2 years after the game came out. 2 years, right? We got Reaper of Souls expansion. Blizzard used to be a release our game, it's over the competition. Yeah, you got to come in with that attitude. What is your attitude? My attitude is to make a video game to help make Diablo. No, your attitude is to come in today and to put every other company out of business. That's your goal. Now, how do you achieve that goal? Let's make a game so good, no one's going to want to play anything else. Do they ever have a team meeting where anyone says that? Or are they too worried about their frickin' pronouns? We are streaming on Kick. Yes, that's right. We bailed on Twitch. See? If you don't, like, make some decisions in your life. The status quo is not good enough. If something's not good, do something about it. I love their attitude today. They got their game face on. Now, is it going to translate into results? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the frickin' let's get seasons out. We gotta push the battle pass. You got a broken beta game. What the hell? Then, yeah, I don't know what's going on. These companies can't wait to get seasons out. Like, what the hell's going on? Just make a great game. You want me to make a new character every 3 months? With the way this game works right now? You still got people defending this. Like, we just started playing and they're pushing seasons. You got to make a new character. Like, you got a lot of people that are like level 40 on Eternal, and they're like, what do you mean? I got it. What season? I don't have to do it, right? No, you don't have to do season. No, don't. Anyway, beyond that, I thought today's stream was really good. And just a side note, what I'm going to be doing, I want to only play one class because I want to be more efficient with it every season, because I know the clock is ticking. I don't want to make new classes because of the fact we're getting seasons. I want to find one good class and make it every season and become really good at it. And then that's it for me. I don't want to make more classes. What good is it going to do? So I just want to get better and better at the Druid. If the Druid becomes the class I like, every season I'm going to make a Druid and try to make it better and better and better. Because I know I'll be doing it again. And I'll be quicker and better and faster next time. I don't want to confuse seasons with everything that was talked about today. This was a good dev stream. Yeah, seasons make it to where you could just rehash everything. So rehash everything all over again. But, that in-game loop. Fix that in-game loop. And then if they want to keep doing seasons, fine. Let's see what the first expansion is like. I don't know if that's going to be a part of a season. I don't know if it's going to be a part of something. I don't know what's going to be going on. Make this game to where it's a little bit more efficient for me to run a new character through, which I think that's what they're doing. Guys, Diablo 4 is going to get easier. It's going to get easier. I'm looking back at Neverwinter on my cleric that I made in 2013, that I was playing that same cleric in 2023, sir. Today's stream, I think, is hopefully a turning point. Hopefully a turning point. For this game, for them to get serious. For them to get serious, and you could see on their faces they look serious. Thank you, Riddler, for the a gifted sub and then 5 more. Thank you, Riddler, for financially supporting this channel. I really do appreciate it. I don't ask for that kind of thing. And maybe I kind of said something earlier, but I wasn't asking for it. Thank you, Riddler, for doing that. I really do appreciate it. That's a total of 6 subs from Riddler Man today. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I haven't even had lunch today. God, we're freaking, are we really? I don't want to, no, I'm not saying nothing. I just a little, because we were talking the other day, me and Moonraven and stuff. I love King Kongar. I do. But he's my measuring stick on this platform. You know what I mean? I think we're beating him. And I don't want to seem shallow. Okay? It's not about me being shallow. All right? I think we're beating King Kongar. And I love the guy. You know, I love the guy. But he was a big Twitch streamer. And like I say, you come over here and it's more of an even playing field. But I know he was banned there a long time ago. Where are we at? Like 30 viewers. So thank you guys for coming in today. It's a long stream. I even went jogging during the stream. You know what I mean? So, you know. Thank you, Riddler. Thank you, thank you, thank you for doing that. It's really nice of you. Taco Bell, yeah. I wish I would eat. God, I'd love to have some of that. But I'll just feel guilty. Because I'm trying to cut down on the salt, Moonraven. You know what I mean? Trying to cut down on the salt. You know? Guys, stick around. Let's help out Quiet for Me. I do appreciate you coming in today. We did gameplay this morning. We took a break, and then we covered the dev stream. I hope you enjoy how we do things here, because that's how we do it. We watch these things, and we talk about it. All you guys that have been here forever. Gail's been here forever. We talk about video games all stream long. All stream long. Anything new that's coming out,
Ohio.
anything new's coming out, we talk about it. We watch videos and we do gameplay. We're searching. You guys, we're all searching for the same thing. We're searching for gaming nirvana. Yeah, it was good for you in the 60s. We're searching for gaming nirvana is what we're doing. Okay? True. I am searching for nirvana. We are on that search to self-actualize in video games. That's all we're doing here. We are on that search. Yeah, I don't know, man. I could use, like, my wife's coming back on Sunday. we're going to go frickin' have a hamburger next week. I am. I've been eating so healthy. Thank you guys for coming in today. Hope to see you again in the future. Have a great day. I got nothing. I don't really have another game to play. So I think it's going to be Diablo 4. I might throw in some Tectonica. Crafting game, but I'm not sure about that. But I think it's just going to be Diablo 4 for now. Okay, I don't really see anything else. We got more of a bright future coming for